Welcome to the second regularly scheduled budget meeting. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we will be. We don't have a list of anything, do we?
No,
Well, I was thinking of the things that we know we left out, right?
well, we know because if you go over, if there's an empty column, we know we didn't do that column.
Okay,
So we pushed over everything that we voted on. We may need to go back to
so the
something.
one thing I wanted to ask the advice from the council, do you want to go back to fire department and rec up front because we didn't do them?
There are a few that we didn't do,
Correct.
actually.
Yeah, we can close out the operating first. Yeah,
Right?
I think that's a good idea.
That's what I was thinking. That's what we'll do. So if fire chief wants to come up, we'll finish off on our operating budget that we didn't finish last week. Mr. Silva, how are you?
There's a bunch of info. Okay, so there you have.
look at that.
On this.
Meeting.
This in front of you. You see that.
Yeah. This is additional information. We'll let Mr. Tromley settle in. Hello. We're just beginning. So the what we had sent to us in our packet isn't what we're working off of. So we'll be using this one that should be in front of you. And these are additional information for our discussion this evening. And we're all seeing this stuff for the first time. So it's a team effort. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me again tonight. I did provide a few documents for your packet this evening. I don't know if there's any particular order you want to go. The first one I have in front of me on the operating budget is this one.
Let me get there because it's not.
It may not be in that page. It was in a,
It came
it was separate.
on the table when you sat down. There you go. Yeah.
This was here.
Yep.
We'll start with that.
The one we're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
go
the one.
with.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
that was the first request of the council last week is for a,
Right, yeah, this one, the handout.
This, but how does this relate to the full document here?
okay, this was last week's request. You wanted actuals on the
Right,
on
right.
previous budget, so that's what this document is here. So the left column is the approved 23-24, and then the highlighted of what was allocated that month, that year, and then the actual expenditure was the next column over for 23-24. The highlighted ones are the ones that I was going for to get back to that amount this year. So those are the actuals for the 23-24, and then the next column over was the current budget, 24-25, what was that it was last year, the current budget that we're in. And then the far right column under town manager 25-26 is the request of this year that is on the packet.
This one.
Correct. So you had asked for actuals of what I actually spent out of those items last year to justify the request of this year. So the first one is general and office expense of 65,000. We spent 64,643. This year's request is back to 65,000. Outside service, we spent the full amount of 7,250. It went down to 56,10, and that's so I'm requesting back to the 7250. Equipment and vehicles, 55,612 was spent of 55,620. So therefore requesting 56,000 this year, up from the 51 of the current budget. Apparatus repair, similar, back to 50,000, up from 46,350. Baker Street Station was minimal. Rescue stipend, we can discuss further in another document. And the firefighter gear is an increase, but as I mentioned last month, the cost of gear and the number of probationary members we have in a class right now, it'll be very difficult to get gear on them with the allocated funds that we have. Medical supplies, you can see we spent 39,123 of 40,000. And I'm just requesting this year to get back to the 40,000. Those were the items that you asked for actuals of the 23-24 budget.
No, they kind of speak for themselves. Questions?
Yeah, Chief, I know we don't have the total actuals for the 24-25, but are we looking to be on pace with what was budgeted, or are we looking to be under budget on most items?
It's going to be a struggle the next few months, watching what we schedule and see if there's anything we could put off to try to get through the next few months. It's still early to tell, as I said last week, with a lot of the annual services coming up now.
Mr. Trombley, any questions?
My only issue with this was the stipends, but
Well, I'm going to,
you gave me the answers to those, so I'm good with that.
okay. I'll go on to the stipends next if you wish. That's,
Mr.
kind of-
Cronin, any
oh,
questions
I'm
from you
sorry.
before we move on?
No.
So everybody's good with this?
Yeah.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
so-
chief.
So back to the stipends, another document you got today is one that looks like this. It's the requested 5-year stipend analysis.
Yes, this.
Correct. Yep. So it gives you the past 5 years, going back to 1920 up to 23-24. The first column is the budgeted stipend amount that was paid to the EMS personnel. The column to the right is the revenue that was brought in third-party billing for that same year. And then the totals are there in red. The budgeted stipend total was paid out for stipends was 1,952,140. The revenue was 3,471,999. The next line below that is our current year, we get 24-25. You can see we budgeted the same as a 23-24 of 565,600, and we're currently at 493,567 from July of 24 to February of 25. That's the 5-year rescue stipend analysis. And then the other form here that you have is the comparisons of that rescue stipend amount. Okay, the top left box shows, we use comparables of other towns in the state that have a very similar system, meaning no paid personnel on their EMS, strictly stipend paid volunteers, if you will. So that all we could find that similar system are on the western side of the state, as you can see by the towns that are listed other than Jamestown. So you can see our run total is 2,500. That's and the next highest is 1,200. That's the run totals for EMS calls for a year. All these numbers are rounded up or down. In our case, they're rounded down from 2,569. The next line over, and I will explain what these terms mean in a moment if you wish, but EMT basic, it's a basic EMT. We pay $19 an hour for the shift. Okay. A cardiac, we're at the bottom of the list at 20. That's the left box. And the paramedic, we pay 22. You can see what the proposed in this budget, it would only get us to 21 on the basic, still would be at the bottom of that list or near the bottom. The cardiac would be 23, again, still near the bottom of those towns. And the paramedic would be at 24. With the proposed numbers, we're trying to increase their stipend to. I should have explained a little bit of what each term means. An EMT is an emergency medical technician. There's 3 levels of EMTs based on the amount of training that you have. It's a basic, a cardiac, and a paramedic. You have to be one of those 3 to be on an ambulance. That's why you see those 3 pay scales in those boxes. We have a mix of all of those 3 through our roster, basic cardiacs. If it's an EMT basic, they're only a basic life support truck, meaning their skills are limited to their training. ALS becomes an ALS truck, which means advanced life support when you have either a cardiac or a paramedic on that truck. That is what's desired. That's better for the town people. You're able to give a higher level of care, IVs, medications, and so on. So that's what we strive for, is always have ALS on the truck. We are lacking in that department. We're BLS most of the time, putting a strain on the 1 or 2 ALS personnel in town that respond on that request, looking for ALS when it's requested. So that's a little explanation of what these terms mean. Then a little note before, I mean, we always get asked to compare to Bristol. Bristol is not on that list because their structure is a little different. But on the note below, Bristol budget is approximately 1.1 million for the EMS only. But this includes a contracted paramedic service that offers 24-hour ALS care. Okay. And then the rest of their funds are with a similar system to Warren as a stipend for that man their trucks. Again, that paramedic service is either a cardiac or a paramedic to provide the ALS. And then quick notes below that, the rescue stipend goals of this budget is a small increase, as you can see, to our current structure. We want to retain personnel, attract additional ALS personnel if we can with a higher rate, and add additional manpower to duty crew when needed. So that's one caveat that is not in our current schedule or system, if you will. We see higher volume days, summertime, weather gets nice. Getting that second call filled is even harder. So there are days that we'll try to put on an additional person to have 2 trucks basically manned during the day by adding 1 more person to a shift. So the requested funds are not just the raise, it's changing our structure on what we do on a day-to-day basis. And the last one is an incentive to try to get local EMTs to respond for that second and third call. If there's a way, we'll try to find a way to get them to respond to fill a need. I hope that answers some of your questions on the rescue stipend, but that's what explains my request this year of $687,496.
So to be able to do these things here, make these increases, these hourly rate increases,
Is with that,
that would get us to the 687,496.
with the other stuff I mentioned,
With-
adding
yeah.
other occasional shifts, correct?
Okay.
Well, I appreciate the increase. I think it's money well spent. And thank you for the information. You made it very easy to understand. Mr. Trombley?
Yes, Chief. So I'm looking back at the 5-year rescue stipend analysis.
Yes.
In 1920, the budgeted stipend was 250,000, and the revenue was about 650,000, which was a 400,000 positive surplus. And this year, we're kind of in a $50,000 deficit year to date. I know that's probably going to be made up at the end of it, but I'm curious because it is probably the most of your budget. Is this going to because it seems like it has continued to rise consistently over the last 5 or 6 years, barring that we level funded it or the town level funded it last year due to budget constraints. Do you anticipate that this is going to continue after this? Do you think that the other municipalities and fire districts that are in here are going to look at our changes and say, well, we have to increase ours as well, and then it kind of becomes a vicious cycle? You know what you get what I'm getting at?
Yes, so the increases you see, we made a couple big increases to really get us caught up out of minimum wage, if you will, to more realistic numbers. Then we had a pretty good 50,000 increase to try to keep up. The numbers you have in front of you from other towns are last year's numbers. I don't know what they're doing right now. The increase in corrective level fund from the year before. So we lost that opportunity to increase their stipend then. Unfortunately, they just kept plugging along even without having an increase. So that does put us in a position this year of asking for a little more than we probably would have. Can I tell you that it's not going to ask for more next year? I can't say that because I'm trying new stuff to try to entice other volunteers to respond, stipend paid volunteers to respond to calls. I hope it works, and then that increase would be minimal.
Thank you.
I think it's always good to remind ourselves that the rescue shouldn't be a revenue generating stream. We're fortunate that we do get the third party billing. And I think we're even more fortunate that we have more revenue than we're spending. And as Mr. Hanley pointed out last week, and it doesn't fall on deaf ears, that additional money does go to apparatus and other things. But primarily, it's there because of the third-party billing. It's there because of the rescue work. Mr.
I
Rego.
want to commend you, Jim, because I was the one who was concerned, when I saw a 20% increase, but once you explained it, it made a lot of sense. And again, the reason why I wanted an explanation, somebody asked me, hey, what's up? I think it makes a lot of sense, and you don't know what's gonna happen next year. And getting help is very difficult.
Wish I had the answer.
Yeah, I agree
Commend you
with,
for that.
I agree with Councilman Rego, and when you get to be his age, you really start to think about
The ticker.
the rescue quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions? Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to bring to your attention, when we put this budget together, we level funded his fuel for the fire apparatus and EMS vehicles. And we've done an accounting of what has been spent so far this year and what's been left. So if I could pass that out.
Sure. So, the 30,000 is. Whoops, where are we at with that?
Yeah, is there an actual? Did we ask for that? That's what this is.
That's what, so far this year, the fire department EMS has spent 21,911, so almost $22,000. With the remainder of 4 months or so. So we believe that's probably gonna go over budget. The fire chief believes that he'll be able to put together some money to cover that overage. But we won't want to face that again next year, so we're proposing to increase his fuel line items by 10,000.
This year?
Not this year, this
This
Fiscal
fiscal
year
year,
we're talking
in other words, on the budget we're looking
the
at.
budget will.
So the budget at the 30,000, you're asking for 40?
Correct.
25%.
We're at 3.97%. 10 grand could put us over the 4.
And we've got a lot of other.
3.97, I thought we were at 3.83.
There were errors in the formulas. The
You'll
current,
have to do the revenues to find out where you are right now.
no, but what I'm saying is what by the revenues that were presented to us,
Yeah.
Well, we're- our running budget as we're going, when we sat down here tonight, was at 3.97%.
All right, thanks for the, to the
Can-
new,
can I-
Mr.
the
President,
new handout.
I believe that we're lower. If you recall, at the end of the meeting last week, we noticed there was an error in the amount of money that we had obligated for the school. There was $80,000 more in that than what was approved on.
I'm confused as hell. What are we working with? Where are we?
So that's not reflected on.
I
I got one document that says 3.93. I got one
Everybody,
document
let's,
that's 3.97.
John, hold on.
Where am I?
John, let's figure this out without jumping the gun. So unfortunately, what we had in our packet was an error. Where we're coming in with tonight here has been corrected, but it puts us to 3.97. But the $80,000 that you're talking about isn't reflected in this in this.
So we did not change this packet because we didn't talk about it last week. So I was waiting for tonight's meeting to inform the council what the budget for the school is, which is $15,511,000. In your packet, we have it as $15,590,296.
Okay, so let's take a minute right now. This is simple math.
3.64.
Okay,
Can we go to the line item he's talking about?
Yeah.
Vote to change that, and then we will be dealing with an official number.
that's what I'm,
Okay.
that's what I'm looking at to do. So what I just said to Mr. Wheeler,
May I make an inquiry of the manager while he's calculating that?
let's take 1 minute to just make sure that we get these numbers right. You have that all squared away? 80. So we're removing $80,000 from the 15,590, so that will be 15,510.
It's the approved budget to the school is 15,511,013.
15,511,013, and that brings our 3.97 to what number?
So you're not gonna have the final levy of the use.
Okay, but we know that we just added $80,000.
Subtracted, right?
I mean, subtracted, which then,
If you the. you'll get that answer.
okay,
So I'll like, what's the new number for the education?
15,511,013.
And the line item we're changing, it's just the Bristol Lawrence Regional School District,
Yes,
correct?
well,
Okay, I'll make a motion, we change the net cost of education to 15,000,000 1,511,013.
correct. No,
No, that's-
15,511,013.
That's what my
All of a
motion is.
motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Trombley, you had a question.
Yes, I just want to clarify, what I'm interpreting is that the changes that we approved at the last budget meeting last Wednesday have been incorporated into that 3.97 figure. However, because we had not voted on the 80,000 figure for the schools, that had not been incorporated, thus the confusion.
Your 3.97 was from the town manager's requested budget, not from the council approved budget. You can't get that revenue until you do your revenues.
Okay,
So you need your revenue.
Right.
To get that.
So
You
we're,
can't, it's close, Dave's right with it, it's probably close to 3.6, but it's, you won't know.
okay, we're good. We're good. We can run this meeting. We're good. Thank God. Okay, so now the fuel line. Because of our actuals, there's a motion to add the fuel $10,000. Yes, you can, Mr. Rego.
So the price of fuel has come way down. Is that gonna make difference? Or are you still gonna need the extra 10?
No.
So I just assume plug it in. Okay.
But we're gonna need to do the same thing for police and DPW?
No, they're, currently they are running, within budget and we don't believe they're gonna be over budget.
Okay.
The police department has, 23,000 left in their current, account and Public Works has 14.
Is there a motion to add the 10,000 to the fuel?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second discussion. So the line that is under fire and safety, number 2020, that fuel cost is going to go from 30 to 40.
Correct.
Okay.
25% increase, right?
All right, so
You need to vote.
is there a motion to approve? Oh, yeah, and then a vote on the 10,000, the fuel.
Aye.
All in favor? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the fire department's budget?
So what is the bottom line?
$1,345,185.
25.
I think
25, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to approve for the total fire safety, $1,325,185.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, chief.
Thank you.
All right, who has the list of last week? So I know the rec department is also one of our,
Well, do we want to just go page by page and, well, we didn't have any on,
I think the two items, if I recall them, because are the senior center and
Yeah.
the Parks and Rec Department. And the fire department, but we just.
Yeah.
right.
Mr. President,
Yep, Sullivan?
before we move on to, Parks and Rec and, the senior center, had a conversation with the chief of police and, we believe that we can save some money on this budget.
Nice.
So I'd request that we, go back to public safety.
Okay. in an effort to save money? Sure.
Page 12 of 23.
Yeah.
Okay. Go right ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on police overtime, which is line item 01540-00-1030. Currently, we have budgeted $281,880. The chief of police was looking at one of the funds that Councilman Rigo was talking about, and there's Fund 12, which is, it's titled Rhode Island Department of Highway Safety, and that has approximately $56,000 in it. Upon exploring that, we believe that what's happened and what happened in the past was that the town gets reimbursed for speed enforcement, DUI patrol, and seatbelt safety by the Rhode Island Department of Transportation through NHTSA. What happened was that money, so what happens is you pay the overtime out of your overtime account, then you get reimbursed from the state. It's supposed to go back into the overtime account. We believe in past years that did not happen and went into this account, and therefore now there's a $56,000 surplus in there. The proposal is to take, reduce the 281,880 by $21,000.
261.
260, right?
261,880.
Now, Brian, is that about what we're gonna get a year? Is that what we're thinking we're gonna get? 'Cause I don't want to create a structural deficit by using a one-time payment to fund a recurring expense.
We're gonna have a balance.
So there will be a balance in there, probably about $20,000. So, but I understand that.
Do you have an idea what we get a year from the state for those things?
It's about $37,000, but that money is used specifically for those targeted overtime
Okay.
items, so to say, you know, the
Okay, yeah.
details.
Yep.
That money is for reimbursement for those details. So that will go back into the overtime when they do go out.
Good, so we're not depleting it. Is there a motion to reduce the line item to $260,880?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, do we need a motion to,
Why
Yep.
why isn't it two,
what would it be?
if we're taking 20 away from, we're taking 21 away? Okay, I heard 20. Thank you.
Sorry.
So now, do we need a motion to reduce the line item in,
I think we're gonna do total police. Well,
no, I mean where we took that 21,000 from? We have to make that accurate. So Mr. Rager, do you have that list? The list we had last week, do you still have that?
As far as what?
The special revenue accounts?
So that special revenue account
Yeah, I do,
12,
I have it right here.
that's special.
We know the total is how many? 57,000?
What's?
Number
okay, so
12,
let me-
he said.
No,
That's
no, it's number 12. I, right here, is it Rhode Island DOT Highway Safety?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 57,694.
Okay, so we need to do the math on that and reduce it by 21,000.
That's 36, I believe, 36. and-
36,694.
And we need to make a record of that for our accounting. And is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So that adjustment is reflected and properly noted. Good,
Mr. President, one more item on the police.
please.
In the mobile communications,
Okay,
requesting to increase that by $1,000. There are two new promotions which have now have cell phones, and those were not accounted for when we did the.
so that would
the budget.
be 18,000 to 19,186.
Correct.
Is there a motion to increase that line by 1,000?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now that gives us a decrease in the police budget of $20,000.
I just have a quick question.
So, well, go right ahead, Mr. Ray.
Why aren't we just rounding these numbers? Why are we coming up with 186 and 880? Is there a reason why?
What?
Precise math.
Yeah, no. All right.
All right, so somebody do the math for me.
I'll make a motion to amend the total police allocation to 3,103,901, which I believe is the math on that.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Take
Aye.
20.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, you have that up there?
303.
Thank you. Good work on the use of those funds. That's what we hoped to do.
No, I think we,
Thanks, Chief.
we still have to know, we still gotta change. Whole public safety.
Because that is all.
That's all, that puts police, animal control
Okay,
and
so-
everything together, yeah.
So now, thank you, Mr. Hanley. So now we need to.
I'll make a motion, we change total public safety to 3,509,321.
I'll second. Second.
Is that correct?
It is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So now we can go to Senior Center. You're prepared to come on up. And as you can see, the theme tonight is reducing budgets, not even a smile. Here we go. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. We're treading water.
So when I was chatting with the manager about what to ask for as far as increase, at that time it was about 3%, but I would like to just ask for the 2%, same as everybody else, just so you know.
Oh, and your salary.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And
wasn't able
I,
to change it.
for the life of me, can't find it.
PG.
8. Thank you. Right, there you are. So you have your wage of 61.2. Hill site manager, 1927. The computer services, you're looking for an increase.
Yeah, well, the provider is, my internet bill went up.
They've increased their.
Yes.
Okay. The
So everything else.
everything's pretty static.
Yeah, so it's good that we've been able to keep it the same considering minimum wage went up January 1st. The approximate budget every year is about 47,000, and we've been able to kind of balance that out. And right now we're on track to have the 47,000, and that's even before membership and everything. So we're in pretty decent shape.
Nice. Are there any questions?
No, I remember when we were here last year, we had a whole presentation of how other cities and towns funded their senior director and stuff. And there were some communities that had grant monies used for that, and we had asked you at the time to look and see if you could find any inroads into that. Have you ever made any progress?
Yeah, so I have been scouring and looking for grants for the center, as well as for director salaries. I'm not finding much in the way as far as the salaries, but I am able to find things, like I said, to offset the increasing costs of the center, which is pretty important.
Any other questions?
I just have one question. Did you guys
Please.
get my annual report?
It's
I
in-
have a
yeah,
copy I'd love to give to you if you want to in your free
Is
time.
it-
Is it different than what's in our book?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
This,
Sure, you can give me your report, please.
All right.
Yeah, we got that.
I
think
thought we had.
I think
Got
it's in
that.
here.
Yeah, we got that.
copies either way.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely got it, because
give you a little bit of idea.
I mean, if there's anything in here you'd
Thank
like
you.
to highlight for the public as well as us, I think you did some proud work here and
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing a lot at the senior center. My senior center, we were able to get the funding for last time, and we just rolled it out this January, and it's been very successful. It's helping us with data collection, which is great for grants and things like that. It also helped me to realize that, we could look up, we have over 100 people coming through these doors every day that we're serving in the town. So it's pretty great to be able to have and look at the data and.
I hear good things about what you're doing.
Good,
Okay, thank you.
thanks.
Are we gonna vote on the bottom line?
I'll make a motion, we approve total senior center in the amount of $67,656.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay,
Right.
next we have recreation. Mr. Vito?
Hello.
Hello. So we started and stopped last week with the salary.
Yes, so I met with the manager on Monday. And I took a number that you had put out there right away, which was the 35,000. Did you give them the copy? Oh, so we put together a spreadsheet or a sheet of what that would mean for hours. And I thought about what you said about having it be a salary position versus an hourly position, and I would not be in favor of a salary only because then it limits what I can do otherwise. So I am in favor of an increase in the base salary, which would then mean that I would be able to work more hours.
So I think what I was trying to get at is a capped number.
Yes,
So is that how what you're,
No.
I don't think so.
okay. See, the problem with the floating is it's difficult in these times that we're like looking at every penny. And we know that you can definitely work the hours. It's the making the money that like the paying
Right,
aspect. So
so this
an
current
hour,
year,
I guess the next one, just to close with this, like where are you looking at the hourly rate being in regards to a yearly salary?
so $40 an hour, which would be similar to all other department heads. And then so this year I worked 1,481 hours, but 857 of those hours were town salary. And then 620 of those were the grant. So, which the grant is going away. So that leaves me with the hours for the town would be reduced. So the amount of work that I do now would just be reduced. So if you leave the salary as it is with the 2% increase, it just means that there'll be less hours worked in the recreation department.
Any
If that
questions?
makes sense.
I'm trying to follow it, but so if you were to get an increase,
Yes.
you'd work less.
No, well, I'm going to work less anyway because the grant is no longer there to cover those expenses, to cover those hours. So I'm just, with the 35,000, it brings me to at least where I was working for the town at $40 an hour.
So you like the 35,000
Yes, I do.
at a salary.
Yes, part-time salary, yes.
Okay.
I guess what he's trying to say is you're okay with the $40 an hour, but once you get to the 35,000, you're gonna stop. Is that what you're saying, Joe?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where
Yes.
we can,
So how many hours is that 35,000?
It's 875. 875. And I have a sheet here that breaks it down and actually breaks it down per week for the 52 weeks.
So what is that per week?
So in the summer, I work 40 hours from July 1st to August 19th. And then I work 7 hours a week for the months of September, October, and November, no hours in December. And then once January hits, it's 10 hours a week. And then once March hits, it goes back to 19.5 a week. And then once June 1st hits, it goes back to the 40 hours,
I guess my question is.
which is what I'm doing right now.
So does that mean she's a full-time employee or a part-time
No.
employee? That's
I'm a
what-
seasonal full-time
Seasonal
employee.
full-time, so basically you get the salary and that's it, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, there are no benefits or additional monies.
It's flat salary.
Okay.
Any other question, Mr. Charlie?
Just so for budget keeping purposes, so we would be changing the 26,211 figure to 35,000 even. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, so I just want to make sure that I can make.
That would be the request.
And what confuses me is salary employee with different hours at different weeks, at different times of the year. Salary means you get this much a week, the entire
Well,
52
so
weeks.
that's what so that is not what I would like to, I don't want the
Right.
same number because I have to work 40+ hours in the summer. So I work 52 hours a day in the summer, I mean, a week in the summer.
Yeah, but that's what
But-
confuses me, because normally salary means it's 52.
All
equal
Right,
pay.
right, so it's an hourly, I'm looking for the hourly rate.
But I also think you're looking for a compensation at the hourly rate.
Yes.
Because you do work more hours than you put in. You know you
Correct.
do.
Yes,
And I appreciate the work you do. The town appreciates the work you do. The children, I mean, you go down there, you're doing work. What I don't want to do is shortchange you. But what I also don't want you to do is have you say, I work 3,000 hours because you could. I know you.
right, but
And we can't pay 3,000.
Right, but-
So that's why I'm trying to cap it at a salary.
right, and that, so that was what a previous town manager had me do, was if there was extra additional funds in the budget for my accounts, then I could work the extra hours at the end of the year. But after last year, when you guys made it clear that you just wanted me to stay at that number, I actually came up with this hourly, weekly chart. So now I do not work, or I have averaged everything out over the year.
And I would like this to become a salaried position. I think it just, if she in her head can equate to what, she makes an hour and figure it out, fine. But I think that if there are the days where weeks or whatever, where you do want to work more, because again, I know you do, we can't compensate it.
But Joe, I want to see her work more in July and August when the kids are in the summer camp, and I want to see her work in
December.
the dregs of middle of January.
And that's why I'm saying 35,000.
But with a salary, you can't really do that.
If she controls her schedule, she can.
I think we're getting a little confused here. Basically, what Joey's saying, 35,000 and it stops.
That's it.
Yeah.
So it could still be hourly, just put it at 35 and.
Isn't that what I do now?
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to increase your wage and I know that.
So
you-
can we try it this way, the way that I know in my brain?
Sure.
And then,
All I'm saying is it has to be capped
right,
because you can't work more hours than what
correct.
we can
And-
afford to pay.
I agree with that, and I
So
have
that's-
followed that. I have actually followed that this
And
year.
that's where I was trying to equate to like a
Yes.
salary as an example.
Mhm.
Yes, so
But
there
I
is,
have- I
there
don't
is a
wanna make
cap.
this difficult
Yes.
at all. I want you to have an increase so that you feel good about what you're doing at the pay you're doing, and I want the council to support it. And I want the town to be able to fund it.
I would appreciate that.
Just
Mr.
another-
Cromwell.
So based on this, your hours would be going to about, from this year to the next year would be about 60% of what they were previous years. Do you feel confident that you can still deliver the great programs that you do with 60% of the hours?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Money talks.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to, sorry. I'll make a motion to amend Recreation Director wages to 35,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any other discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and that adjustment. Do you, wait, do you have, because you didn't even, we didn't do the department at all, so before
Correct.
we vote, let's continue
Correct.
down. So next you have your supervisor salaries. Correct?
Yes, yep, and that is based on the, again, the minimum wage increase.
And that's an increase of 10,000 roughly, or 9, close to 10. Next, we have the lifeguard salary, and that's a slight increase from 14,016 to 15,734. Is that also the minimum wage?
Well, they actually get
Increase.
more than minimum wage. That's actually, I will be coming to the April meeting to actually ask for money to be moved into the lifeguard account because last year we didn't have as many rain dates. And so when you had reduced some of the numbers, we had, that job is weather dependent. So
So you had a shortfall in that line.
we did. And so that's why the increase.
But that's next week's,
Right, but that's why you're seeing
an increase in
increase.
this line item
Yes.
now. Thanks for the explanation. Next, we have the assistant director salary, slight increase from 6120 to 6480.
Yes,
Parking maintenance salary, actually a reduction. from
yes.
7525 to 6379.
And that's based on actuals.
Nice.
Nice round number for Mr. Rego.
Next, we have the general and office expense, which includes a lot of items.
Right, which that was the,
So I'd like to get.
not the
broken
shells, that was not the shells, but it was the
Mulch.
mulch and the playground. And there was another expense in there that it's a, the playground fees, playground equipment.
Okay, do you think we could break that down? So we actually have a mulch line, playground equipment line? Because if the playground equipment doesn't break or isn't, used, or if the mulch isn't used,
Then you can put it back.
we're just looking at the general office.
The mulch will definitely be used, but the
Okay.
playground equipment, depending, it
not,
may or
so-
may not.
I mean, it's only 3 titles. So if we could do that to just reflect, I think that'd be easier for us. And then the band concerts is zeroed out for the grants and everything that we
Is
received.
eliminated.
Eliminated, nice. So,
Do we need a motion to add those line items or just for direction? Because it's gonna be the same amount, the totals are gonna be the same.
right, I think it's just accounting. I don't think
Yeah.
it matters.
Just one quick question.
Mr. Rego?
So, Kara, I don't know if you remember, but in the 23-24 for the general office, we had budgeted 36, you used 13,000. Was there a reason why there was such a reduction in the general office expense?
The town said to, say the year again, the FY 24?
23-24, yeah.
So FY 20, the reason was because of the budget cuts.
chopped
They
everything.
took everybody's accounts and
first-
they.
Yeah, but it was budgeted, 36,000 was budgeted, 36,659. Actually, 2023-24.
That's what.
36 was what was budgeted and we went to 33.
Yeah,
That was the town's request
Mm.
to cut
I
everyone's
think we tried
department.
cutting 10%.
Right.
up front.
no, but well, what I have for actuals, and it could be a mistake, it says 13,000, that was my question. The numbers seem off, so,
13,000?
yeah, it was actual, but again, the numbers could be off.
Or she may not have purchased the mulch. I mean, he's saying that the actual.
Mulch is that much money? That's a lot of
Yeah.
mulch.
Mulch is
It's-
actually a lot.
it's-
You got a small yard though.
It's actually a public safety.
Yeah, no, I
It
know.
has to be a
And
fire.
that could have been
control.
very well been the reason.
So that's why when we have those new line item titles, your office expense will be pencils and paper and whatever you have in your office. And then we'll know what we spend on mulch and playground equipment.
Well, it's not, it's like, and I'm sure you've got what my general budget is.
Yeah, it's over
You
here.
get, yeah, the AED upkeep, the mosquitoes,
See,
lots of different things.
I just have learned, and I don't know, maybe our budgeting people could correct me if I'm wrong, but the very specific isn't that helpful, very ambiguous is that helpful, but at least understanding some breakdowns on where the money is going helps us to figure out the planning. So like if you need mosquito abatement, I don't think that's an office expense unless you have mosquitoes in the office. From a budgeting perspective.
Right. Well, we can give it to Brian.
So, we'll just figure that out
Okay,
with titles and people who know how to use spreadsheets, but the numbers aren't gonna change.
right, the number.
So do we have a motion to reflect the increase in salary?
I'll make a motion, we approve total recreation, the amount of $194,053.
Second.
If I'm correct.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And do we have that as a running? We got that, Mr. Wheeler? 194,053. Okay. Who can help me on where we go next?
I would say we go to wastewater next,
Thank you.
because that would, then we'd be able to do the total cost of government, I think, after that. Or what, then we'd be able to do all our expenses operating, and then
We
we
also
can go
need
to the revenue.
And grants and contributions.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna go to wastewater. Does anybody have a page on it?
Yeah.
The John Janetto wastewater facility. John M. Janetto.
No, I only got all the capital.
Page
It would be the-
page 23, I believe.
Page 23.
The second one.
Last page.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. President. As you see in wastewater, for this proposed fiscal year, we have quite a big increase in operations. Operations contract, that is the contract that we have with H2O. That's
It's page 22, everyone.
23.
22.
22 and 23. Well, this,
Yeah, no, they got different ones. They got uprising. I got this one.
okay, so
Doesn't matter.
if anyone's searching, it's either page 22 or 23. I'm on 22 and it starts with wastewater management.
Last
So-
2 pages.
Go right ahead.
Operations contract, that's the contract that we have with H2O, which is a 5-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
The cost is fixed.
$834,144.
Correct. Plant operations expenses, that is the day-to-day operations of the plant. If you recall, I informed you that that line item was going to be overdrawn this fiscal year by, we believe, 260,000. I do have I believe there's a handout that you have there that says plant operations, and it gives you a history, 5-year history of what we've spent for that particular line item. You see in fiscal year 21, the budget amount was 600,000, and the actual expenditures was 516,704.
Okay,
In fiscal year 22, the budgeted amount was 630,000, and the actual expenditures were 651,964. Fiscal year 23, the budgeted amount went down to 550,000, and expenses were 627,740. Fiscal year 24, the budgeted amount was 550,000, and the expenditure was 766,818. This current fiscal year, the budgeted amount was 550,000, and so far, we've spent 539,752. Again, the projected over budget of 260,000.
Brian, I have a question, but it's not for you. It's for the other 3 council people that are here. Is there a reason why? There must be a reason.
I know the one reason
Yeah.
was the year we got hit with the lawsuit, we did everything low to try to,
Right,
Keep everything
but
down.
we're going back
but
to
I don't know
22.
why there's such a big discrepancy here. I don't-
okay.
If I recall correctly, there was some discussion that most of the fluctuation this year was due to Rhode Island Energy cost of electricity. Is that accurate to my understanding, or is that, are there other factors that have caused the
Well, I think-
actuals to fluctuate?
I think what Mr. Rego is referring to is why we budgeted such a,
I.
When the,
different-
when the previous.
Right,
year-
and I mean,
so.
forget
what
about
I-
the lawsuit, because we're going back to 22, and then you did it again in
Right.
23, and then you. and
If I
then
can
you-
try to give you an answer.
Yeah,
We didn't have a second person for oversight. We unfortunately have put the sewer department into the responsibility of the town manager. And without that second person able to kind of look at each other's work, it was unfortunately a very big area to overlook, but it was overlooked. And the previous town manager, and the previous planner, was working with the wastewater management. And they were supposed to come up with a plan on oversight. And it never happened because that person left. And last year during our budgeting, we didn't increase it, and we didn't increase the sewer usage fees. So unfortunately, the responsibility is the previous councils as well as the previous manager, but there is no smoking gun.
no, and again, I'm not saying that, it just seems like.
Well, I mean, it's a big deal. We
Yes.
didn't,
In past years, you never had year-to-dates where you would see what you spent the previous year.
22,
We
we
did.
budgeted more than we actually spent in
we
21.
we were pretty good. And then what we didn't start dealing with was during our I won't call it a crisis, but going through the last 18 months has
More than we spent.
kind of brought us to where we're at. And last year with all the cuts,
Good there.
sad reality is we under budgeted. And we're gonna have to increase our sewer usage fee. And we're going to rely, unfortunately, on the little bit of money we have in the general fund. Because this $260,000 shortfall has to be made up this year. And the sewer usage fee increase is going to refill the coffer next year.
I
Mr.
want to
Hanlon.
follow up on Councilman Trombley's question. What, do we know what the biggest reason the cost has jumped over $140,000 from last year?
If you recall, earlier I had reported that the electricity energy use has
What it was.
skyrocketed. Yeah,
So it was
I
mostly.
believe it's like $250,000 that we've spent so far with electrical and gas, yeah, natural gas.
Right.
The second biggest cost factor is chemicals. That's also increased, but the electricity, similar to everyone else's bill, when you open up your bill and you see the large jump in.
Did the problem with the sludge, I know there was problems with the sludge, did that end up running up the bills too, where we had one company who couldn't take it and then somebody else would, or another place wouldn't take it? Did that affect the cost as well, possibly?
Not on this line, not on this,
It doesn't
I'm
say-
sorry, not in plant operations.
It
No,
doesn't
that's
say
a
it here.
separate-
Okay.
Separate line item.
Okay.
So, question.
Mr. Rego, go ahead.
So in 24, 25, they used $100,000 from the fund balance to make up a little bit, correct? If you look at the town council 24, 25 at the bottom there, use of 100,000. You see it, Joe?
Yes,
So my question is, I thought that our general revenue and our sewer are two different funds. Should we be mixing those funds or should they be separate? Because if the sewer is one fund and you're taking from here, you shouldn't really be taking from here. You should try to make it up here. Am I lose? Is
well,
everyone
everything
understand
is
that?
supported from the general fund, ultimately. There isn't a separate account that the sewer revenue goes to.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
The sewer comes out of Fund 20.
Right.
They have their own fund.
Right.
They have cash, revenue, expense accounts.
Yeah, they generate their own fund, they're their own entity. So if you take from here, you're no longer part of your own entity. Why not just put it together? Which
It
you
is.
can't, but you are acting it as one
But-
instead of two different funds. If you're taking from here to pay here.
But ultimately, the general fund is the umbrella of every line
It's the
item.
clearinghouse for all the money that comes in.
So if there's at the end of the year, if there's a surplus, the money goes into the general fund. If at the end of the year.
With the
there's-
sewer?
Yeah,
No, it shouldn't be. It should stay in that.
it's
fund.
not a self-supporting entity, though.
I
because
was under
now-
the impression it was a self-supported entity.
Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. It just seems that I've been here long enough to know. I don't know if what I know is right, but what I know is at the end of the year, if there's a shortfall, it comes out of the general fund.
I think
At the end of the year, there's a surplus, it goes into the general
I think I
fund.
understand what Councilman Wago was saying, and it actually
I do,
makes
but I
sense.
don't-
It's almost,
But I don't
it's
think that's
almost-
what we do.
no, we don't do it
No.
that way. But I think what he's saying is it should, because the sewer cost, if the sewer costs go up or down, that should be reflected in the sewer use fees. In other words, when it goes into the general fund and the general fund covers the balance, then that sewer use fee doesn't adjust as it
Well-
should. So
well,
that,
but
we
what-
don't do that way, but maybe we should.
Right, but what I think you're simplifying is the responsibility is on the council.
Correct.
So that what we didn't do, and this probably reflects why part of our shortfall, we didn't increase the sewer usage fee over the years to reflect the increase in the cost of
Running
doing
the sewer,
business at the sewer
correct.
plant. So everything everyone's saying is correct. Other than the separation of those funds. So
So,
everything goes into the general fund, everything comes out of the general fund.
Which, knowing what we know now, going forward, do we take from the general fund or do we borrow from the general fund? Is my question.
I think it's semantics, because borrowing, we don't have the ability to pay back it, because we can't sell more taxes. We can only increase taxes to the point of what we have and spent in government. That's the law.
I think maybe in the future, it's too late in this budget cycle to do it, and it probably would take an ordinance or two, but maybe if we did set it up totally separate, kind of like the way the school department is. And
It is totally separate now.
not the money.
I think it's a discussion for a
Yeah,
different
that's what I'm
time.
saying, a different
It's
time. yeah.
policy. I don't have the answers. I don't have the ability to create this tonight. I do know that unfortunately, or fortunately, the money that we're gonna use is what we have in the general fund. And we unfortunately know that we have a little bit that is getting littler and littler by the minute. So what I'd like to ask is I did have a discussion today with our helpers, our economic advisors over there, our support group. What do we know about so we had a quick discussion, Jim and I, Mr. Core. The sewer usage fee is at what number now?
366.
366.
366.
And where is that reflected in this budget? So like when we look at the amount of revenue that comes in for the sewer usage fee, where is?
Right on this page, I have sewer use fees.
That's where it's reflected.
Okay. I mean, so I had two questions. Thank you. I needed to know like what the number was. 366 is what I was told.
Yes.
And I needed to know so I was thinking out loud. So
I'm not
there's,
seeing 366 anywhere on this page.
Correct.
under sewer use.
that's why I was asking what it is.
Oh, okay.
So the sewer usage, I don't know if I'm rambling. So our sewage usage fee per household
Yeah.
is $366.
Oh, okay.
Right now, I don't know. That
Right
doesn't
now,
make
yes,
sense.
if that's
It
what
is
I'm
that,
telling you.
366? Okay.
The manager gave us in his memo, the sewer use fee currently and the suggestion, at 336.
I
There's a
thought,
proposed increase sewer use fee from 336, so it's not 366.
Right.
It's
Okay,
336.
336.
And
Thank
we
you.
will be increasing it tonight. When do we
Correct.
do, at what point in the meeting?
Right
do we do
now.
that?
Right now.
Well,
So
let's figure.
it's
finish it.
336. And do we have the math to help us square this away for next year? what would the increase be? 336 to what?
So there are two different options that we could do.
Okay,
The first would be if we'd increase it by $60 to $399, and that would cover all of the projected costs that we have for next fiscal year.
mm-hmm,
The other
that's Plan
option,
A.
and the other option would be to increase the sewer use fee to $452. And that would kind of cover the projected costs as well as cover the payback shortage that we're taking out of this year's general fund to cover the shortage this year for the sewer.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was going to.
Yeah, you know, not, it's because
So,
we're pulling out of that, what we have for cash reserves, and it's not a lot. This at least will help keep the cash reserve. We're not gonna,
Well,
we're probably
not
gonna have to, we're gonna have to
recoup
dip
it
to
until
cover
next
it,
year,
but we will recover it and we'll have some, we'll still have cash in the general fund at the end of the fiscal year.
next year.
Correct.
So it's a big hit, but had we done it last year, it probably would have been the $50.
Mhm.
And then this year, we probably would have looked at it and realized where we're at and made an additional.
do we know how many units we have to do the math on this?
I'm sorry,
Do you know how many units? You probably have it in the packet.
how many units?
Yes.
There are 4,943 equivalent dwelling units.
All right, I need to know the math again. What was the number?
452 will cover the shortage, 399 will just bring us up to cover current costs.
All right, what's the pleasure of the
Well, it's-
council?
Can we finish expenditures first? We didn't even vote on that yet.
How many dwelling units?
Yeah, John's right. Let's go back. I'm glad that we cleared that
49,
one up, but let's go,
43.
let's go back to where we were and what were we at? Stanley?
We were talking about the plan operation expenses, but we never voted on any of the
Total expenditure.
items for the total expenditure. We never decided if we were gonna live with those line items as is. Or we
make
never voted
changes.
on the end.
Okay, so looking at everything in that top paragraph, it all seems to reflect what's needed. There aren't any increases. The only increase is the plan operation expense.
I just had a quick question.
Mr. Trombley.
I think this might have been answered. I just want to clarify it for my own edification is sludge disposal. That has not been affected by our recent negotiations. That's still a flat rate.
That negotiation is still going, yes, so.
Okay. But for this, you're comfortable with us keeping it at that 252, 422?
Yes,
Thank you.
All right, so
I'll make a motion, we approve total expenditures for wastewater management in the amount of $2,037,636.
is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, looking at the revenue end of the deal here.
Do we have the number for sewer use fees if we go to the 452? What will that, if we decide to go to the 452 per unit, what will that increase the sewer use fee number to? It's currently at 1818436. Do we have that number? Do we know what that could possibly be?
How many units?
4943.
We will have that number. 452.
2,234,000. 2,234,236.
You got it?
I come up with $2,234,236 for a total of sewer use fees.
And that's about
Did
what,
anybody check my math out?
$300,000 increase?
So
2,234,525.
Okay.
What two numbers were you using?
452 and
452 times 4943 by my phone calculator.
I added the 0.64 to the units. You might
Oh.
not-
Okay,
no, I just used a round number.
2,234,236.
That's what I got.
Okay,
All right,
So, question,
please.
So we're adding that to the, so I'm a little confused. So if we're gonna go to the 452
Correct.
and we need
Or we're.
on the revenue end,
Yes.
the number you just came up with. On the expenditure end, should I have two numbers? One that reflects the 399 and that extra $53, should that go under a debt service somehow because we're paying back our fund balance?
No, because-
It's probably gonna cost any increase next year. It's gonna cover the next increase
No.
for the next fiscal year as well.
Wait, John, Mr. Rego, we're not paying back anything. We're making an adjustment that should have been made this year. The shortfall is gonna be made up in next year's budget. It's not a loan. We zero out the budget at the end of the year.
So I guess I'm back to that same conversation.
You are.
Mhm.
Jim, do you have any thoughts on this?
Sure, you can, if Mr. Rego needs an explanation and you can try to give it, go right ahead.
No, appreciate the council's engagement on this. This is clearly an issue. Sheila and you and I are engaged with the town manager and others over the last few days on this. I think we've got a couple of concepts here. Number one, you're doing the right thing, right? We're trying to correct for some oversights over the last few years, and that's okay. Let's just look forward to brighter days. Let's keep that eye on the prize. A couple of things here. Number one, yeah, you'll be drawing down from the fund balance this year, closing out the books, and then during the course of the next year, kind of rebuilding that fund balance from which you're drawing, which is effectively you'll be having a larger surplus because you drew down from this year. But it's kind of like one pay period to the next or one fiscal year to the next. Now, I do appreciate where Councilman Rego is coming from and the idea of looking at a working capital fund. Part of what the town manager, I know we'll get to during the course of the presentation, is looking at this more wholesomely through or more completely over the next 5 to 6 months. One thing that you'll notice, and I'll key off something Councilman Hanley said last week, was about the idea that we need to make sure that we're capitalizing this as well. One thing that I don't see, and admittedly I'm new, and we've been talking about this in the committee, is what's the plan for ensuring that we've got a capital plan going forward to make sure that we're maintaining this. So Councilman Rego, to answer your question directly, yeah, we're drawing down in this fiscal year. We'll be correcting in the coming years, particularly with the courageous move that this council just took. Forgive me for being colloquial. And we'll be right over more correct or in a better spot over 2 years. And then I would say, Councilman Rego and to others and with the town manager, your budget committee stands ready to help take a look at this, benchmarking against some other towns. There are professionals. This is a complicated activity, looking at, assessing how sewers should be run, looking at the capital exposure, the financial, and then the programmatic exposure of making sure, as you alluded to, Mr. President, making sure that we've got oversight on this. This is a real program. I hope that answered your question, sir.
Yes and no. So if
Okay.
we're drawing from our general fund.
Yeah.
When we look at our budget on a monthly basis, will that extra be going and creating a surplus here for the sewer? Or are we gonna be paying back what we drew down from our general?
Okay, so if I understand how it works now, you'll effectively be collecting in the next year some funds that you can journal voucher, however you want to handle it, to put them back into the general fund. I believe that is the sense of the council. And
That's what I'm attempting.
So
That's what I
if we
think.
do that this year and we keep the fee the same for next year, we'll be able to build up revenue for that account, for the sewer account.
that would be a sense of the council, and I would suggest that there's another line of effort. This is not the last conversation on.
Right, I mean, Mr. Rego, you're correct, but it's slightly semantical unless we have a complete policy change, which we're gonna work on. Because the money that we don't have this year is in the general fund. The money that we're gonna recoup is next year. It's not gonna be a surplus. It's going to be bringing back the 270, but we had an increase in the sewer. So until we get to where, again, probably hopefully next year, maybe the year after, everything is equaled out with the help of some paid professionals and some volunteers. I hope you're still here because you're gonna need that interest that you have in readjusting. This, as Mr. Core has stated, and I agree, is not a simple task. So you're not wrong. It's just not what we're capable of doing right now. We've got to increase this fee, we've got to spend the money, and let's hope a sewer line doesn't break next year, because if you remember, Locust Terrace cost us 1.75 million at a 3 a.m. call in the middle of the night. Mr. Trombley.
So I just want to get
Those
some
bites.
clarification. So the two numbers that you've given us are 452 and 499, correct?
399.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Core.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I just want to, so I'm gonna have to recalculate, but essentially, if I'm understanding it correctly, we fell short this year because of the unexpected electricity costs, and we have to fill that with existing revenue that we have in our rainy day fund.
No, we don't have a rainy day fund.
Well,
We fell short last year by not increasing the sewer usage fee. And we fell short the year before by not increasing the sewer usage fee. Sewer usage fee has been at 336. It was created about 4 or 5 years ago. And when it was created to offset the people in town that were paying for a service they believed they didn't use, even though they went to restaurants, even though they went to other people's houses. So we helped relieve some people with septics, or whatever they call them nowadays, is it septic or
ISDS.
ISDS, then we created this. And unfortunately, we didn't pay as close attention to it as we should have. So it's our responsibility. It was the previous manager's responsibility, who then put it to hopefully get the help from the planner. They didn't do it, and then now here we are, unfortunately, looking at it from a dollar figure. So then you have the coupled increase
understood.
of the utility costs.
Great. Thank you so very much. helps
But
me to
let Mr.
understand.
Trombley has the floor.
Yes, I just want to conclude my thoughts. So it essentially thank you for that explanation. The increase in the sewer usage rate will help to bring something that is currently in deficit up into a surplus so that we can start to rebuild what we have overspent due to things outside of the council's control, outside of my control, certainly. And even if we were to just try to bring this up to the normal operating expenses, it would be a 25% increase. This 452 figure would be a 34% increase. And that's only a 9% difference between what the bare minimum would be and what we need to really get us back into a healthy financial position. So I just wanted to say that I'm very supportive of this, even though I know that it's going to hurt folks in the community. I know that it's a tight budget, but I just want to say this is what we need to do to be fiscally responsible. So I'm in support of it.
And I always want to not correct, but add, we don't have a surplus. We don't have a rainy day. We have a general fund. It's not a surplus. If we call it a surplus, we're overtaxing the people. We can only tax people based upon the amount of money that it costs to run government.
But if we take this step and we put ourselves into a more responsible position, when we're going out for grants, for instance, and we need some matching funds so we can do necessary repairs, we may actually be able to move forward and get those
Absolutely.
grants. But
Absolutely.
right now, we're in a situation where we don't have the matching grant money. So spending a little here is going to save us some or get us more in the long run.
Correct.
We're making it
Yeah.
a healthy adjustment. Mr.
So-
Conley's correct.
We may be all saying the same thing, but I think my game plan again would be taken from the our fund balance, even as some people used to call it slush fund. We're not gonna go there. Fund balance, and then that extra we get, we're gonna replace it. Okay?
Mhm.
It's the same thing. We're all saying the same thing.
Correct.
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we increase the sewer use fees to the amount of $2,234,236.
Which is reflected by an increase in the sewer usage fee of $452.
Going up, no, not,
No,
oh,
it's-
going up to 450, an increase of
116.
116.
Right, so the,
Yep, to going up
But
to
that-
450.
it's reflected in your motion.
That's reflected in that 2,234,236.
Ms. Barone, did you get that?
Second,
Discussion. All in favor?
aye.
Okay,
And I'm gonna make a motion that we increase the total revenue for wastewater to. Look, hang on.
It's the same number.
No, it's going up.
Should be the same.
We ready? $2,453,436.
is,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler, you got that?
2,453,436.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if we were done with that item, but the next page has the capital improvement. I don't know if that was also gonna be gone over. Is that?
We could go over, but the request of the
there's any
manager is zero.
Yeah.
So it's what they want, but it's not what they get.
And just to add to that, you know, capital improvement, if there was a surplus in the sewer amount of money that we collect from the sewer, could use that for capital improvement
course.
at the sewer, just at the sewer plant, wastewater treatment plant.
Absolutely.
The reason I want to go over is just to understand, just from my own.
Go right ahead.
It's just to understand, so these two projects, the roof replacement and new Vector truck, what is there additional costs of sort of putting, I understand that we don't have the money in the budget. I'm trying to understand why these projects were proposed and what we might be able to do in the future. It's good to keep in the back of our minds when we do become more fiscally solvent.
But the department feels that having
Yeah.
a new roof is better than an old roof, and having a new Vector truck's better than an old one.
But how bad is the Vector truck is what I was trying to get at. But if that's not relevant, I will withdraw my.
No, it's relevant.
From what I understand, the roof is pretty bad. They've been asking for several years. Eric is here and he can certainly
Mr. Kamiga, come on down.
chime in. You know, he's more experienced than I am.
Your time to shine.
President, Council. So the roof is in pretty bad shape. If you go into that operations building, the walls are starting to come apart from the leaking. So the roof is in significantly bad shape. We've been asking for this for probably 8 years, I think, to get that repaired. The Vector truck is a 2006. Not a lot of miles, but given the responsibility of that vehicle, it takes a beating. The debris body on the back is completely rotted. To get it fixed would be ridiculous money. Not only that, we would like to go to a non-CDL truck, get rid of the Vector portion of it, just a jetter to clear any issues in the streets. Getting a CDL driver is next to impossible for us, so that's why we were looking to get the truck.
What's the difference between CDL and non-CDL?
6,000 pounds.
When I don't know something, I have no problem asking the question, all right?
And you have to have a commercial driver's license.
That I knew.
Yeah, so currently the sewer department only has one CDL operator. So it kind of puts that person in a bind. When we need him, he has to come. So it kind of puts a strain on things there. So
So
that,
valid questions.
Yep, I just.
Valid answers, hopefully next year.
Yep.
You know, you can wear some rubber boots until next year and a raincoat and
Can I ask, has an assessment
absolutely, go right
been done
ahead.
on the roof
Yes.
recently? Because I know you said this is 8 years. So when was the last time an assessment was done on it?
I believe it was last year. I gave it to you, right, Brian?
The roof,
The roof assessment?
I believe the guy came this year. I got some pictures from the gentleman. from
Oh,
that
yeah, all right,
company
so yeah, it was
that
in
came
July,
There
I
was a
think.
company that came in and looked at the roof and
Okay.
I believe the pictures are in the packet as well.
Okay. I did not see them, but I will take a second look. Thank you very much. I don't think that we have the money in this year's budget, but I do look forward to trying again in the future.
And just for the general public's information, possibly because of our financial hardship, ordinarily, we would put these expenses into possibly borrowing. We don't have any ability to borrow, so this capital, which you would like to pay over, 20 years, we don't have that ability because of the importance of what we're trying to dig ourselves out of. So the actions we're taking aren't desperation and we're going backwards. The actions we're taking are positive steps forward. We still have a lot of positive things in town. There's nothing we can't overcome here. And unfortunately, we need to look at it that way, that, and I don't mean to make light, the roof's leaky, we understand that. As everyone in our position knows. For those of you who don't know, that's the reason why we're unable to do these things. We're improving the fiscal health of the town by holding back on expenses that we can't handle right now.
Mr. President, may I just make a personal statement? Is that all right?
Sure, go right
I
ahead.
just wanted to thank the manager and the finance director. These documents that we've had tonight have made it very easy to follow the changes in the budget. And I just wanted to I'm very grateful because it's very easy for us to understand how things have been affected and how things are changing.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Hanley, where are we going next?
I would say non-tax revenue, page 15. Right, we finished all the operating, I believe.
We did not do grants and contributions.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go to grants and contributions.
Not gonna be pretty.
And that is page 10. Or, as Mr. Wheeler pointed out, until we go through the rest of the budget, we won't know where we're at. So it may be beneficial to do the rest of the budget and then go to grants and contributions to see if there's any wiggle room. What do you feel about that?
We could do that. I understand what they're saying about until we do the revenues. But unless the projected revenues, unless we change them drastically, it's not gonna change the other stuff. If we don't increase revenues by $20,000, but we add $20,000 in cost, we just increase the budget by 20,000.
Okay.
I mean, we can do either one you want, but I see where they're saying until we approve the revenue, that number doesn't count, but unless we alter the revenues, it certainly does. So, yeah, I don't know, however you want to do it, Phil. I just,
What's this?
there was someone that would like to speak public comment.
Well, you're gonna speak on you just want to speak in general or? Yeah. So it's a little different than public comment. You're gonna speak on specific. There you go. But thank you. So honestly, I want the will of the council, whatever you want to do.
I don't think.
You
it
want to do
matters
grants and
which way-
contributions now?
I don't think it matters which way we go.
Okay, grants and contributions, come on down. That starts with East Bay Center. They're requesting $20,000. Is there a representative from the East Bay Center? And page 10 is the radar. Unfortunately, we, as well as the manager, haven't budgeted. East Bay Community Action Program, also nothing, not even a request. The library, $306,019. We did approve this last week. I'd like to come down and say something, we take money away, go right ahead, but.
I refuse.
Yep, Mr. Tromley is well, no, he's on the board, so he stands over there. Hi.
This is Kate Berry. She is the president, the trustees.
Hello.
I'm here to give you, I wrote you guys a letter saying all the things that we've accomplished this year. So rather proud of our, what we've been able to do.
Thank you.
Go back.
Just wanted to thank.
What they asked for, nothing went through, you would have to add. This is manager.
We had a construction project, if you haven't noticed, going
Please
on.
speak to the mic. You
Oh,
have
sorry.
a viewing,
Last week.
Yes.
potentially viewing people out there on the
You-
internet world.
You shouldn't give me a microphone, but that's all right. So we've had a
Mind you.
construction project going on since August. They had told us originally it would be done in October. And unfortunately, they are going to finish it next month. So it took a lot longer, but we're excited. We will now have an ADA compliant ramp. And we have an ADA compliant bathroom in our basement. So
Nice.
very nice. We
Isn't that
will,
the first floor? Not the basement,
in the
the
basement.
first floor. No, kidding. Nobody wants to be in the
Okay,
basement.
Anyway, we'll be having a celebration, ribbon cutting. Peter Hale actually said he'd come and cut it. George Hale's
Oh, that's nice.
long-term relative, so
Neat.
we're excited. And then we'll be inviting the whole town and everybody from the town council to be there, and Jessica. And then, we just wanted to tell you that we will be impacted by some of the federal budget cuts coming up. They defunded, the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences a week ago Friday. So the state is telling us we'll lose about 10% of our budget and to plan for that. So we're going to do our very best to cut back and not ask for additional. But if you see the library closing or you see the services going down, you'll understand why. And we hope you come and get a library card and support us. Because if you don't use the library, they're not going to keep it. So anyway, do you have any questions?
Kate, did you want to say something?
We're appreciative of the support you've given us.
Okay,
Anything?
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Memorial Day.
Joe, I don't know why that's not in there. It should be in there. It's, you know, we've done the Memorial Day parade ever since I've lived in town for over 60 years.
Correct. And we're
And-
going, is that a motion to add 3,000?
Yes, it's a motion, that's right.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I was going to speak on behalf of General Valenti, but Mr. Rego handled it. I'm all set for that.
Yeah, we discussed it last week as well. Now we have Miss Weed. I believe you're in here somewhere.
You skipped the visiting nurses, Joe. I don't think there's anybody.
Oh, yeah, I skipped them all.
Okay.
I know that Sarah was here and she spoke last week and that is the 4th of July. So I guess I wasn't going in order, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I believe, because I believe Mr.
Right.
Cray would also like to
Oh,
speak
yeah.
on the
On
warrant.
the
article.
armory,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I just remember that last week, Miss Reed, I looked up and I saw her, so I just called her. But I wasn't, you know, I wasn't passing up the armory, don't worry.
I hope you'll be able to understand me because I came down with a cold this morning and it's affecting my voice for sure. I gave you a handout with the accomplishments that we've done already and also the events that we anticipate pulling off between September 2025 and July 2026. We're requesting $10,000 at this time because it's our only chance to be funded by the town. And I explained last week that we have to put the money up front before any activities occur in July. And we also will have a string of events that will occur before the 4th of July in 2026. The state has not provided any funding, and we don't anticipate that they will. It looks like all that we'll get from the state is a tree to be planted. We hope to present activities and events equal to the town's celebration of the bicentennial in 1976 and the town's own 250th events that was held in 1997. and we hope to appeal to all age groups. I want to remind you that this kind of national celebration happens only every 50 years, so this might be the only chance for some people to be a part of something like this. So on my handout, I point out that in addition to the 9 members that have been appointed to the committee, many agencies and town leaders have attended our meetings and are already helping out with our planning and with events that can take place. That includes the Blounts, the Chamber of Commerce, the Collaborative, and the Holiday Festival. Some accomplishments that we've already achieved are listed here, including we'll start a Facebook page on April 1st. We've already planned the exhibit to start in September of 25. We're putting in a legislative grant funding request to Representative Jason Knight. We already planned with the Grange to have a Johnny Cake May breakfast on the first weekend of May in 2026. Here the tree is mentioned again. And we plan to read the Rhode Island Declaration of Independence in early May, and then the National Declaration of Independence in July. We've been doing additional research on the soldiers that served in the Revolutionary War, and also we've been doing research on the houses that existed at the time of the Revolutionary War that still exist today. And that number's about 40, which is quite amazing. We've already figured out that we can sort of piggyback already existing events that will be occurring between now and July, like the Walkabout, Museum Day, the Memorial Day commemoration, Folks Fest, and the Holiday Festival. And some of the events that we're still working on are painting the fire hydrants to resemble colonial soldiers, which was extremely popular in the 2 other bicentennial and 1997 events, and having a big finale event, which will have 2 days of activities in July. We want to have an Anything on Wheels parade on the bike path. We want to have neighborhood outdoor dinners, maybe about 8 of them in different neighborhoods, and have tours of the Kickamuit and North Burial Grounds, which include Revolutionary War soldiers and other folks that died during the Revolution. We want to have an ecumenical service at some point, and also it would be really fun to have a time capsule. We have received 2 donations since we sent out letters on March 11th from restaurants in town. So we have been pursuing other sources, but it would really be too bad if the town did not contribute anything to this effort.
Is there a parade?
Well, a bike parade so far. We're thinking that we might be able to add on to the Memorial Day parade.
Questions from the council?
We
I
did.
think this is
Mr. Rego.
something, I think this is something that's directly involves the town, so I'm very supportive of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Tromley?
I was just gonna make a motion to approve this, if that's acceptable, but I don't want to cut off discussion.
We'll have discussion on the motion. So if there's a second,
Second.
discussion.
I support it totally, but I just don't know where we're gonna get the money from.
Well, we'll figure out when we do our final tally, where it puts us, and unfortunately, nothing's set in stone. And if it puts us in a position that we're uncomfortable with,
If I've done my math correctly, we have increased and decreased items in the budget. If my math is correct, we have about 104 to play with. Now, I'm not saying we should
104 what?
1,000. So I'm
Wow.
not saying we should spend all of that, certainly not, but
All right, it's good to know.
for 10, I think that, this is definitely a worthwhile cause. I believe my math is correct, so please correct me if I'm, yeah.
Well, again, like I said, when
but-
we're done with this
Yeah, of course, of
process,
course. I just want to say, Sarah,
Go right
we've been
ahead.
really involved in historic preservation, in the library, in the Charles Whipple Green Museum. She's always at the forefront of supporting patriotic causes such as this. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done and everything that you will do. And we're going to make this the very best 250th in the entire state. I know you will.
Thank you. Thank you for your acknowledgement. And I agree heartily with your prediction.
Maybe if it's on a committee, it'd be even better.
He's always welcome.
On the committee?
yeah, I quit.
I have a little too much going on right now, but I'm grateful for the honor. Thank you.
I should say, no, we don't have one. I quit. That's the proper answer. So as I noted earlier, if unfortunately, anything in this budget brings us to a number at the end that we're unhappy with, we go back and we do what we need to do. So what did we have before? We had what, the 250th anniversary, and this is the,
That's what.
no, this is, what,
This is.
oh, we had the 250th anniversary of Warren.
Right.
Right. This is
That
a-
was
this is
1997.
a
Yeah.
station.
Right. It's interesting to know.
I actually chaired the commercial division.
Yeah, I was on that executive board. It was fun.
I
So-
marched, I marched in the parade too.
Yeah, I was on the floating video, everybody marching. It was fun. You should get that video of the participants of the Warren
Yeah.
250th in that, somebody has it.
You've heard that before, right? From me.
All right, we're getting off the topic of discussion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Here you go. You got your 10.
Thank you very much.
Now don't spend it.
Mr. President, I think there's one other organization that isn't on the list tonight that might have come to request some funding. I don't know if they're here, but the Hope in Maine, are they? Okay.
Well,
Would you like to
possibly,
hear them?
nope. We're gonna go with Mr. Prey and we're gonna do the Warren Armory. And then we can bring in anyone else.
Good evenings. I'm
Good
here
evening.
on behalf of General Valenti.
Yes.
He's in upstate New York and Monday they had a snowstorm, so he wasn't going to try to get out of there. In the past, the Warren Armory's been in the grant category and we've received $7,500 previously to cover utility expenses at the Armory. We've been doing fundraisers to keep the building maintained and open and up and running. And if possible, we'd like to get that $7,500 to $8,000 put back in that grant category. However, for future discussion, we're wondering if we can be put in the budget as a line item, very similar to other town buildings like Mary V. Quirk School or other buildings that are being maintained by the town. The board for the Armory has been doing a good job keeping the Armory maintained and open and operational as I had indicated in my letter. So knowing that money is tight, we could be put back in this budget as a grant item. And next year, we'll talk about the possibility of being put in the budget as a line item, if possible.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. It is a town building. The members have done a great job. I think they've raised over $450,000 to rebuild it. And the problem is the board is getting really, really old, so they need the assistance now more than ever. So I'd put a motion in to give them $7,500.
I'll second that, but I want to discuss it before we vote.
You're absolutely gonna have discussion because it's needed. Go right ahead.
You mentioned Mary V. Quirk.
Mhm.
Mary V. Quirk, the town gets the benefit of the gym. We get the benefit of during the summer programs. If it rained out, we got to use it. What benefit does the town get from the Armory other than looking at it?
Every town organization that comes to us to use the Armory, we don't charge them for. The celebration committee that you just heard from has used the Armory a few times without any fee. We provide the space for them to use. The town manager has directed some people to me recently to use the Armory for a meeting in adding more green to the town of Warren. They want to use it a few times for meetings and maybe even an open house to get people in town to talk about that. There are other organizations that use it that we don't charge them because they are in the best interest of the community. Then we also rent it to people who want to have birthday parties and other events there, anniversary parties. Some people who have been married for over 50 years that had their wedding reception there come back and want to use it again and have a smaller reception for their 50th anniversary. If they're from Warren and they've supported the Armory all along, we let them use it. However, If it's a group that comes from out of town, like the chess tournament that we have twice a year, that brings 150 students to the Armory to play chess, along with their parents who walk all over town while they're here, we have to charge them because they're collecting money to have a chess tournament.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans to actually get that building to be somewhat self-supportive? Mary V. Quirk, we have tenants. We get rent from the daycare.
Head start.
Do you have any plans, do you have a business plan to actually make that place possibly self-sufficient where it could at least stand on its own? I really don't want to put this in as a line item issue. I don't want to own that building, but we.
Well, we
technically-
own the
If it
building.
came down to us owning it and us maintaining it, I'd say sell it. That's what I would say.
I know.
If you can make it self-supporting, then you wouldn't have to come back here every year and ask for the grant. I don't know if you have a plan on how to do that. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm gonna support it for this year. But if you come back next year, I'm probably gonna say no.
We'll work on a plan. We've been trying to become self-sufficient for 5 years. Some of the board members don't want to use it as a storage facility.
Have you ever thought of possibly subletting it?
The wrestlers want to use it because they can't use the gym at Mary V. Quirk, but you have a storage of all of the wrestling mats and everything.
I'm not sure that that floor would support the children, honestly.
I agree. That's one of the
Because-
projects.
I'm interrupting, but
Yep.
just to help you in this position, when I was involved in that, as you know, I was,
Mhm.
unfortunately, some of the use was limited based on the stability of the floor. You get 50 kids, wrestlers in there running and doing cal,
Hmm.
it's thunder. They
We have a grant to research the structure underneath the floor.
it's a dirt
And
floor.
that's a whole different scenario that, as a board, we're working on to check on the lolly columns and columns that support the floor. And we may end up having to dig out the cellar to replace a lot of those. We'll see what happens. But wrestlers, again,
Yeah.
storage. Even the town clerk has asked us to store your cages for voting, and we found an alternate storage unit so they wouldn't use the Armory as a storage facility. But on the other hand, if we can't become self-sufficient, maybe, John, you're right, maybe the town should use it as a storage facility.
No.
I didn't say that.
No, no.
I said sell
Mr.
it.
Trombley has a question.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilman Hanley. I think, and to expand on his point, there are a number of historic buildings in Warren, which in the next 10, 20 years, mainly churches and such of a historic nature, may be facing similar pressures as the Armory. And it is important to maybe take a broader view of this in future years to try to have a full-scale plan rather than piecemeal. I think I agree with him that I'm happy to support this for this year. But in future years, we need to consider a real strategic plan of how we deal with our historic buildings and how we make sure that they are either kept in an appropriate way or the potential repercussions if they cannot be done so. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Good, nice. Historical perspective. I was on the original committee
Mhm.
that started the physical transformation of a bad roof. The reason that the town didn't do it is because the town financially couldn't do it. And the reason that the group and the entire organization came together was because they wanted to do it. I'm not saying I'm against the Armory. Right now, we just put $10,000 and that's directly competing with. Last year, we gave you a one-shot influx that we hoped was going to be a one-shot influx. I think you gotta look at your business plan. And I think that if you contact maybe the theater group that was trying to get in second story theater, I think that could be a viable option. I think if you got a realtor and actually started to try to market the property, that could be an option. I find it unfortunate that you're kind of going against the original deal. The deal was the 99-year lease of the Historic Warren Armory Group because they wanted to take on their own entity. They wanted to be in control of themselves. For us to look at it as another building, there are people that may agree with John and say, you know, what does it mean to me? That position doesn't necessarily mean it's right, doesn't mean it's wrong, but it does mean that your group wouldn't be involved, and yet your group is the 99-year inhabitants as that group. It's not the town of Warren. Its oversight isn't the town of Warren. We don't tell you what to do there. And unfortunately, it's kind of like buying a car for somebody and then they want gas. And then they want insurance money. I mean, it's difficult because if you look at this whole page, there's 2 things that have been funded so far.
3.
3. Everything on this page has an absolute reason to be funded.
Mhm.
And there was a time where there were a lot more columns that were funded. Anybody else have anything to say here? Because, you know, it's kind of easy to say, yeah, this year, okay. Well, Mr. Rago, you were looking at that surplus. You were looking at the term surplus. You were trying to figure out how to get the general fund to have something next year. If we spend money, we're reducing. I'm not against the armory. I'm against not being able to fund everybody on here that has just as valid of a reason. And I think that possibly letting those people use it for free, you know, if somebody borrows my car, they pay for gas. I mean, I feel bad actually criticizing your business plan because you're here asking for money. But when you explained all the reasons why you need the money, you started with a list of people that get to use the property for free.
But they are town residents that pay taxes.
I don't disagree. But right now, I'm giving you an argument on why not to put town taxes into the property. And yet your reason for not charging these people is because they pay town taxes. It's difficult, Mr. Prey, because the building needs additional work. And I don't know where we're going. I mean, we can take the motion. There's a motion in a second. We can have the vote. And if it happens, it happens. But again, I think that the things on this list are just as important. And I think if we give this $7,500, there's nothing else on this list that's going to get added. So there's your discussion. Any additional, Ms. Cronin?
When you put it that way, if we do this, I agree, we can't do anything else, given what we've already agreed to support. I'd like to say that I would support the grant this season, provided the focus for the upcoming year is to figure out a way to become independent and generate enough revenue to sustain. But we can't say that to these other people too. And so it's a difficult position to be in. So 7,500 to the armory definitely takes a bite out of the rest. I would be in favor of hearing anybody else who's in the room and then maybe having a final decision at the end so we can maybe divvy it up a little bit. I know.
Does the maker of the motion want to take back their motion?
No, I'm good with it.
All right, well, straw poll already has it that it's in favor, so all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you very much.
I'm not against the armory.
I know, Joe.
No.
And
Joe.
I'm surprised that 7,500 just got spent as quickly as it did, but it did. That's the council that we serve with.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we have Ms. Raiola. Good evening.
Evening, good evening, everyone. And thanks, I know we're not listed here, so thanks for giving me a couple of minutes. You know, we've been here all night and we have heard how tight
the budget is for the town. But before, literally just before I came here tonight, I got a phone call from a mom and her son asking if we could hang out for a couple more minutes so people could come to get meals at Hope and Main. Because she said our budget is so tight that I'm making really difficult decisions about whether I'm feeding my son or paying my rent. And so I think, even as we experience this, looking at the line items of a budget, there are people in households in Warren and all throughout Rhode Island that are looking at their line items and understanding that they're making very hard choices in their households. In Rhode Island, 1 out of 3 households is food insecure. It is much worse than it was before the pandemic because of inflation, because so many programs have been eliminated that were through COVID, right? And Hope and Main had received a grant of $50,000 a year, an amazingly generous grant through the ARPA funds that the town had. And that was because there was a survey of the citizens of Warren. Warren was one of the only towns that actually surveyed the people of the town to say, how would you like to spend your ARPA funds? And the #1 response was for food security. And it was the only town in Rhode Island that said that. So Hope and Main has really been sort of a middle man, if you will, in creating a program primarily for the town of Warren, originally called Nourish Our Neighbors, and then eventually called Main Street Meals for the main street that we're on in the Main Street School. And we have provided 41,000 meals to food insecure families in Warren in the last 5 years. And the demand has only increased. We're providing meals to Head Start families. We're providing meals to the Housing Authority, to the Senior Center, to the Kickamuit School, the Hugh Cole School, to the St. Mary's of the Bay Church, et cetera. Not a single dollar of what we've received from the town has gone to any salary at Hope and Main, to any building expense at Hope and Main, to anything other than the actual meals themselves. It's all food cost. So because we were hearing about buildings, and Hope and Main actually bought a town building, right? That was a school that was for sale, as we remember, many years ago. And it is a self-sustaining project now. So much so that even as a 501c3, we pay taxes, we pay real estate taxes to the town in excess of $16,000 a year. In the years since we've owned the school, we have paid almost $250,000 in taxes to the town of Warren, and we have never come before this council in the dozen years that we've been doing this project to ever ask for tax abatement, to ever ask that we be somehow not able to pay taxes. So we always pay our taxes. We pay our tangible taxes. We pay, our members pay most of the victualling license fees of the town, because you see every month you see our members come, and that's $10,000. So that gets us to about $26,000 that I think Hope and Main is directly responsible for the general fund of the town. And then I saw a line item of our meals tax is about $500,000 in Warren. It's an amazing amount of money. And we have helped to launch 17 businesses into the East Bay that are part of paying, the meals tax and supporting the economy of the town. So what I wanted to propose tonight is that the town consider having it with an HALVING, having the $50,000 to $25,000. And Hope and Main will commit to raising the other money. We will find a way to raise the money for the meals for the people of the town, because it would be a very difficult thing if I were answering that phone like I had to answer it tonight and say, I'm sorry, we just don't do this anymore. We don't have the funds. So anyone who comes to our markets on any Wednesday night
can pay for it or not. Anyone who comes to our door gets a meal, and we're still delivering 100 meals a week to the agencies that I mentioned, and one that I didn't, which is EBCAP. And last year, we were recognized by EBCAP as one of the programs that they, recognized in an awards dinner, and we were really proud of that for a service that we provide. So this is not, it's not for any event. It's for the food insecure people of Warren. So I respectfully request the $25,000 for the program. And I commit tonight publicly that we will raise the rest of those funds and more. We will meet 100% of the need of anyone who comes to Hope and Main. And if it turns out to be more than 50, we will raise that too. So that is my request.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve a line item for Hope and Main in the amount of $25,000.
So, it's very difficult because what you're requesting is very important, very needed. I don't know how the council feels. I haven't heard a second yet. We don't have any money. We're doing nothing in regards to roads. We're no capital expense. We're trying to keep the boat floating. Your need is absolutely warranted. I don't know where it's going to come from. And, I hate to say that it's kind of easy to spend this money and think, whatever, it's a good cause. There's a lot of good causes. I mean, you're serving people that are at EBCAP. We didn't even take into account the $20,000 they're asking for the 11,000 hours that they give the members of the town of Warren. Visiting nurses. They have a list. They're not, these people aren't even here. We don't have any money. I mean, I hate to constantly have to remind this council. It's easy to make a motion and support something. It's difficult to spend the money that we don't have. I'm the bad guy.
We got spoiled when we had the opera.
Yeah. And I'm the bad guy here who has to, unfortunately, I'm the president of the council. And I have to remind this council that every single list on here is valid, is needed. And I don't disagree with your opportunity to come forward and ask, because you're doing great things. If I had my way, if our budget was the way it was, we'd fund it. I don't see it how we can. And we just spent $7,500 for a building that's empty. 60% of the year, probably. I'll take the money from there and I'll give you $7,500. That won't bother me at all. I think the celebration for the 250th year, that's great. I'll take the money from there. And I absolutely feel that you should have that 17.5. I don't think we should do both. I don't think we have the room to do both. I don't think anybody should be hungry, and I don't think children should be hungry. But unfortunately, I don't think we have the money. But the makers of those motions, feel free, because there's 17.5 on the floor. And they're not going to come back and tell you that they have a stomach ache. They're not going to come back and tell you that they're not doing well in school. And they're not going to tell you that their mother has to go over there and beg for a meal.
Mr. President.
It's a building and it's a party.
Mr. President, since there's no second, let's.
Oh, no, believe me, I know there's no second. So I'm taking the opportunity that's given me as the president to speak.
Then second the motion, Joe.
I'm not seconding the motion. I'm not going to have the discussion on the
You wanna
motion.
lecture us, you can second the motion, put it on the floor.
I'm trying to get you to maybe change the position you've taken. If the position here is as valid as others feel. Because I would support that if the maker of the motion go back and change those other two. I would support this over them. And I'm not lecturing. I'm saying that we spent money that way. And this is a human need. And I would have much rather supported a human need than those needs. That's not a lecture. That's my position.
Then make a motion. Make a motion.
You made those motions.
No, you can make a motion here. I'll make a motion for $10,000. Go ahead.
We already have a motion on the
It's,
floor.
No, we don't have it. It didn't clarify. You want a second, a motion for 10,000? I'll second motion for 10,000. I have no problem with that.
But Louis, my point isn't to spend additional money. It's that this need outweighs the armory.
You know what? All right, I've just made a motion for $10,000, okay?
So you made the motion for the armory. Recant the armory motion.
I don't have to recamp the armory.
Of course you don't, because you're spending other people's money.
We'll find the funds and I'll explain where we're getting the funds.
All right,
If somebody wants to second it.
I'll second it.
All right then.
okay, now we can have discussion on a motion. How can we reduce the budget to support this request?
We can raise the meals tax. There's room in the meals tax. And I don't offset it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
He wants to increase,
We'll increase the meals tax. If you guys looked at your numbers, there's room to increase the meals tax. She's absolutely right. We've generated quite a bit of money. And if we look at these numbers,
And
we
we've
should be right
spent the
around
money.
$630,000 and we budgeted $540.
and we've spent the money that we brought in with the meals tax. That's what's giving us the money to run the town.
You mean? the
We're
one-
talking about next year. We're not talking about this year. For next year's budget. That's what we're talking about here, is next year's budget.
Correct, starts in July.
Right, Jack?
We're expending the money. You're not gonna be bringing back the money until you increase next year. So next year's discussion is where the money would be. You increase the budget the number this year.
You're confusing the heck out of me. When we look at numbers, we look at how much we appropriate, and then we look at how much revenue's been coming in. Okay, last year, we plugged in 540,000. If you give me a minute, I'll go look at these numbers. I already did all these calculations.
Please do. There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. President, while he's doing that, just because it was kind of taken out of order, I think you just have to say that since there was no motion, no second, my motion fails in terms of like procedural thing.
What do you mean, taking out order, your motion did fail.
But you didn't say that it failed, so I think you have to say, if I'm not mistaken, I'll ask the clerks for clarification on that, but.
If there's not a second, there's no motion.
Okay, there was just procedure, but since there is no motion in a second, I am gonna say a few words if that's all right. So this program supports hungry kids and families in our community. It is important and it helps support small businesses because the money is literally purchasing the food at a discount from local victualling businesses through Hope in Maine, provides it through St. Mary's of the Bay and other organizations. My intention was for the full 25,000. I don't know how I feel about giving them part of what they asked for. I would ask Ms. Raiola how she feels about an appropriation, partially what she asked for, before I decide how I'm going to vote. So if
No, I appreciate the question, and I think that, you know, what, in my coming here tonight, if the town does not support this in any way, it will be hard for us to make the case to other funders to support it. So I think that if the town supports it, we will find the additional funds, again, to meet the full need of the people that we serve.
even if it's not at the level that you had requested.
Yes, we will find a way to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ager, did you find the number yet?
Yeah, so year to date, we've received $401,000, right? If you take that $401,000 and you divide it by 7 months, 8 months. 400 divided by 8 months times 12. We should be around 602 this year. Now, year to date, 401. Remember, we've just gone through the winter. March, April, May, June. I would anticipate we'd have even more revenue. So we had plugged in, actually, Brian went down on the number. I think,
553 he projected.
yeah, and last year we had what?
540 was budget.
540. So I think there's room there that we can plug in and make up the difference.
I'd also,
That's where I'm getting my numbers from.
I'd also like to point out that we are still sitting at 86,000 that we net cut from the budget based on all the alterations. So we do have up to 20, we have 86,000 that we could spend on grants and contributions. If all things being equal. So we do have some room. I anticipate this year we're going to see recessionary maybe even stagflationary pressures on our economy. We could lose jobs, we could lose businesses, we could lose economic development, and this is a way to make sure that people in our community that we're already facing, we know critical levels of food insecurity get the food that they need. So I would just add that I don't think we have to increase the meals and beverage tax any more than we were already going to, because the money is there in the budget right now, based on my calculations.
Ms. Cronin.
Currently, the meals tax that we keep here locally is 1%. Correct?
Yes.
Of every meal. So you would suggest increasing it to 2%?
No,
No, we have no control
He's
over
talking
that.
about-
the amount we have in the budget is
Yeah.
projected revenue. He
Yeah.
thinks what we have in there is low compared to what we're actually gonna take in.
Okay,
And how it affects the budget
Correct. So if we
process.
increase the
Yes.
revenue, it'll bring the.
thank you.
So, again, the general fund doesn't get it. And what we're talking about in regards to this target is a tax increase. So when we hear the 86,000 we still have to spend, that's a 4% tax increase. What do you mean?
Not what I said.
What did you say?
I said that based on the changes that we made in the budget, we have projected to have spent 86,000 less than all the allocations we've made thus far. It wasn't saying we should spend 86,000, it was just saying it was available based on the numbers that we had worked on.
Correct. And what I'm saying is that that number is reflected in a tax increase. So it's not 86,000 that we cut, that we still have. It's 86,000 that we cut because I'm trying not to increase people's taxes. That's what we're doing here. We're
Nor
trying.
I don't want to increase people's taxes, but I'm not gonna hear a lecture here
It's-
saying that I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, it's kind of.
Nobody's,
Well,
nobody
I
is.
think, you know what? It was kind of embarrassing what you were saying.
Okay,
All
you're
right.
embarrassed, but no one's lecturing you. If you feel embarrassed, it's your feeling. What I was saying is a priority
You
action.
asked me to withdraw my $7,500 motion. How many times are you gonna do that? Come on, Jim.
We
stay on the motion.
We have a motion and a second on the table.
I guess I'm the one who should be embarrassed is what you're saying.
You
If
asked. me
you're
to sh-
embarrassed by my
you asked me
conduct,
to
I
show you-
apologize.
You asked me to show you where I would get the funds and I showed you.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion for $10,000
And it's been seconded.
and it's been seconded. What's the pleasure of the council?
Aye.
Aye.
Here you go.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I'll say this, if the difference in the budget is 0.1%, so that hungry kids in our community get food, I am proud of that.
Good. Now, where are we?
I'm good. I'm not the one getting upset.
I know, I don't know why people are getting upset. Nothing to get upset on. I'm just pointing out that we supported something that I think wasn't as important. Next, we're going to,
Are we all done with grants?
well, I'm looking, I don't see anybody
Is
else.
there anyone
here.
else here that wants to
Yes.
speak on grant?
Thank you, yes. Come on down, Ms. Turner. Good evening.
Good evening, Sally Turner, Executive Director of The Collaborative. We are a nonprofit arts and cultural organization. We've been around for 9 years. We've recently opened a new location here on Main Street called The Collaborative Lab. So not only are we the only unjuried and uncensored arts organization, one of the only in the state, but we are the only one serving the East Bay of Rhode Island. We serve about 15,000 people a year through low-cost or free activities and events. I'm the only full-time employee, and I have a 15-hour-a-week gallery assistant. So we do a lot with a little. We also, while we do have what they call a social venture model, which is a nonprofit business model to help offset costs, earned revenue through workshops, a new photo lab, some fundraising that we do, for instance, with the Warren Folks Fest. We also help to build community. We offer our services and partner with the George Hale Library, the Health Equity Zone, the Mount Hope High School, where we work with the students creating a film right now on climate change. We partner with the Warren Preservation, among others. So our request this evening is small. We understand that the budget is tight. We're asking just for $1,000. Typically, you know, I raise funds from donations and private foundations. We do not receive federal funding, nor would I request federal funding. The administration of those funds is far too great for such a $145,000 a year budget. So this request is to help us to continue to provide sliding scale and scholarships for low-income students here in the town of Warren to participate in a variety of workshops that are in a variety of mediums, so that everybody has equal access to arts and culture. We are also an economic driver. We probably bring in about 1,500 plus people a year with the Warren Folks Fest. Plus, we serve another 250 individuals through gallery openings, classes, and the like. These folks come to town. Oh, there's also folk at the farm. I almost forgot. That's about 300 people. So these folks come to town. They go to our local restaurants. They go to our local small businesses, and they spend their money here, we hope. And hopefully they also spend it at the Collaborative, because we have 17 artists whose work we sell. They receive 70% of the sales, so that we are supporting those local independent artists who are business operators. I understand that the budget is tight, and the Collaborative appreciates anything that you might consider. And thank you for your support.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to say that I don't think that we should make this allocation in the budget, but I'm very happy to make a personal donation to this cause so that we can have this. Is that acceptable to you?
I will take money however I can get it.
Money be great, as they say.
Thank you.
There you go. You won them over. Anyone else?
I'll be looking for that check.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have, is anyone here from Warren Arts Night?
Or is there anybody here who hasn't been heard, who wants to
Correct.
be heard?
Yep, Ms. McGaffin, please, come on down.
Hi, everyone. Linda
Hello.
McGatlin. I'm president of the Imago Foundation for the Arts and one of the founding members. There are 4 of us still involved in the organization. We began in 2003, and for the last 21 plus years, every year we've brought hundreds of artists, musicians, poets, writers to Imago, and we've brought their audiences as well. So like, as Sally mentioned, the arts in Warren are an important economic driver. We're not asking for much. Mostly I'm here just so you don't forget about us. Every year we do a lot of fundraising. We hold workshops, we do grants, we apply for many grants, and those programs enable us to do the kind of programming that we do. Every month we have an artist opening, we have concerts, we often have poetry and literary events, we offer workshops, and I think we're part of what really makes Warren a vibrant arts destination. And I just would ask for your consideration, and please don't forget us. We're still here.
You're not forgotten.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna be able to fund. Is there anyone else here? All right. So we're gonna move on.
I'll make a
Yep.
motion to do the total for grants and contributions in the amount of $336,519.
Second.
Yeah, that's, how do you come up with
Was it 336, Joe?
336,519.
And there's a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I think we're on to the revenue now.
Yep.
Non-tax revenue, paid.
You got a page,
15.
Sean?
15.
15.
Non-tax revenue?
Yep. 15, I think.
Yep.
15 non-tax revenue?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So start right off with alcoholic beverages. Town manager has, so we have 42,000 from last year. Manager thinks we're at 40,000. Any discussion? Anything to say on that reduction? No. Licenses, holiday, town manager is nothing there.
But just
One,
That comes in April,
Which one are we at?
holiday.
holiday licenses,
should be 1,325.
1,325. Thank you. Next, we have victualling. And that's the licenses, and that's our 10.5. Peddler license 2,300, an increase there,
Ask why the increase in the peddler's license?
please.
Please.
Yes.
Bernadette?
There we go.
They have to come every time. Peddler, it's mostly an MFE. Every time an MFE comes in, they have to also, they get charged $75 from us. So there's a lot of things that happen during the summer and things like that.
So we're anticipating $1,300 more in
Revenue.
peddler revenue.
It's almost a doubling. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
just questioning that.
It's peddlers and, it's peddlers and,
And
MFEs.
Oh, okay.
MFBs.
So it's both of them.
And they weren't grouped together before?
So.
What you're looking at is a doubling from the last year's budget. When we looked at these, we looked at two things. We looked at what did we actually do last year
Mm-hmm.
and what have we done so far this year,
Mm-hmm.
and extrapolate a little bit.
So my total for 23-24 for the total that we collected was 1,950.
Okay.
That's more
That makes
reasonable.
more sense.
Thank you.
It's closer.
This is.
Entertainment license, you think there's gonna be an increase to 7,000?
No, with what we asked, with the actual.
Oh, wait.
Okay,
Everything else was not.
business tax. 12,000, $2,000 increase. Dog and kennel reduction, 1,150 to 800.
That we don't know. That's an up and down.
Transfer station, the commercial fee reduction from 150 to 116.5.
I want to ask, Brian, is that because the scale was out? You think we're gonna have a, but that, the scale's fixed, that's right, yeah,
I think we've overshot it every year.
okay.
So this is a more realistic. I think the
Okay.
scale's not gonna help us this year, being down for the 2 months, but it was also our storm months, but just in general, we've always overshot.
Okay.
And road permits.
Yep, road
Nothing.
permits, Mr. Wheeler believes we'll get $600 there.
Why, haven't we been receiving anything for road?
We
Promise?
do, yes, we're a lot better now than we have in the past. And chasing down Bristol County for energy.
You don't want us to plug in 600, do you? Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Plumbing permits and building permits and electrical permits. We see an increase, 10,000, anticipate. From 240,000 to 250?
Yeah, so I think that's a safe number. Last year we were in the 300s. This year, right now, our permits are down right now. I think we have a lot of we had a lot of projects in the queue, but people are watching the construction industry. As we all know, there's potential
Interest rates up.
and potential tariffs. So I think that's going to fluctuate. That's going to be based on what happens. But right now, we're again in projection for 300. So this is a safe number, I believe. Depending on if it stays the same, this will be safe. Won't be.
All right. Short-term rental. What's short-term rental?
That's the,
A permit?
requiring the licenses for the bed and breakfast.
Airbnb.
So we didn't have that last year? Okay.
I think it's still under litigation, which is why it might not be,
It's part of our ordinance.
No, so we
Not-
did have short-term rental. The problem was it was when it went into effect, there was a grace period, and then this year was the first year that we actually started with the renewals. I did see a decrease in the short-term rentals. We had a lot of licenses come back, and residents decided to go on the full-term rental and get away from the short-term. So the number did go down a little bit, and we haven't really seen an increase on short-term rental.
Thank you for the explanation. Planning board fees increased to 8,000.
Big time.
Realty transfer fees, a little reduction, 185,000. Probate court fines and fees, 21,000. Zoning board fees, 23,500.
A lot of, I think a lot of that's because the planning board hears a lot of the cases now, correct, Matt? State law changes.
That is one. The other one is that we have changed the zoning laws. So a lot of things that went to zoning before don't go to zoning anymore. And then obviously we have a potential of having a restructuring here. So I think you'll see a different, and there's also a set of laws coming down that will make it a little bit, it's
Consolidate.
well, when the laws are going to make it so that it's by right. So there will be less need to go before zoning.
For variances.
All right, recreation, summer extended revenues, 80,000 up to 130. Beach parking, little reduction to 8,500 from 10. Pavilion rental, the same. Municipal court, looks like we're,
That should be already up. We're already past that. So I would say closer to 100,000. But you want to keep it.
rather keep it conservative.
I don't want to over budget a revenue item.
Tinge.
What are we at to date? What are we at to date this year? Any idea?
Right now, from July 2024 to January 23, 2025, I've already calculated 74,471. And that's since January 23rd.
I don't know if I would go to 100, but I'd be comfortable.
75?
75.
So if, yeah, up to 75.
Or you want to go to the 10? I don't,
I'll make a motion, we increase the line item for the municipal court revenue up to 77,000.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Jim.
Tangible property reimbursement is from 155,560 to 179,960. Warren Housing Authority payment in lieu of taxes is, why is it down 1,000? That changes?
We received 61 this year, right?
I think 61 was a mistake.
No,
We were getting 60.
no. We have the number here, right? It's in the budget, what we received.
It's in, I think it's in the big book.
Hold on a second. We got year to date, I got a 3-year average, they're all over the place. What number is that? Just give me 1 second.
Take your time.
Tangible property. Warren Housing. We budgeted 52, and we end up year to date. No, yeah, 61. So year to date, we've gotten more than that. He gave us this number.
Mr. Abruzzi sends over a check.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to,
I believe we actually,
the Warren Housing Authority. I got 77,000. Is this number wrong? And then I got a number here, 62,329. 62,329, does that sound right? We got it in September?
I believe the pilot agreement is 60 or 61,000. It's based on a federal formula that
It's based on the
We get-
percentage of the.
Yeah,
rent.
so we may have budgeted for that, but I guess the formula might have came up to 62,329, so. And I don't see those
He
numbers going down.
Also gives us, money for, to pay for the health insurance for some of his folks.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be part of the pilot.
No, but what I'm saying is it may have gotten posted.
It may have been
to that
received.
account, you
Oh,
know.
I see what you mean.
I can check that.
so we're gonna leave this.
I thought it was consistently.
I thought it was the same,
Yeah.
because it was
Yeah.
negotiated.
Yeah, it may go up a little bit with rents, but it's not a whole lot. Let's stay with the
60?
60, yeah. I would say with the 60.
PCWA pilot,
I have a question on this one
nothing.
here.
Why?
Why was it in there last year?
I think that was the
It's
last.
been 2 years since we haven't had the pilot. Was there a reason that it was plugged in?
Mr. President?
Yes.
I did look into that because I noticed that as well. Apparently, several years ago, there was an agreement between the Water Authority and the town regarding, one, we charged for fire hydrants.
They charge just for higher fire
And,
hydrants.
and
we
then
charge
they
them
would charge
the
for
pilot,
water,
yeah.
so the agreement was that, I
Make it
mean,
a
there was a
wash.
pilot, so the agreement was they wouldn't charge us and we wouldn't charge them. So therefore, the pilot, there is no pilot agreement. I can't answer.
That's my question. My question is, it's been gone for 2 years. Why would it have even been considered last year and plugged into this budget? That's my concern.
I don't know why I
can
was
tell
not.
why.
Tell me why.
Because we were out of manager, we were out of finance director.
All right.
Okay.
All right, that's good enough. I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Not lecturing me.
I'm not.
Next, property tax interest.
Is that on the delinquents? We get interest on the delinquents? Okay, yeah.
We have a couple of really big ones.
Up
Wow,
from
okay.
175 to 225, 100,000. Excise tax, state, it's the same, $2,090,911.
That number was in the governor's memo to us.
Okay.
Recording deed mortgages down. Properties on selling. Is that
From July to January, I had a total of 45,860, so to go with that, I mean, we just had one that came in for 3.2 million, so we get pretty much that too, but not the whole thing. The state takes some of it.
So is 71.5
So I would
accurate or
say probably a little bit more than that.
I think the market's.
close enough to
I
keep
think
it?
the market's gonna tighten up. I think there's gonna be less sales next year.
Yeah.
So this is close enough to keep it? Keep it at 71? Marriage, birth and death certificates. Looking at an increase, 27.7.
Hopefully that's a marriage and birth.
Yes.
What'd I say?
I said marriage, birth and death. and
Oh,
it's an
yeah.
increase, and I said, hopefully that's marriage and birth.
You still have to pay the guy.
Yeah, unfortunately. The harbor mooring revenues from 72,000, we're looking at an increase to 77,000, hopefully.
Mr. President, on this, may I
Yes.
explore this a little bit more?
Please.
I think we have the harbor master here. To the best of my knowledge, I don't recall the last time there was an increase in the mooring fees. Do you know off the top of your head?
We haven't, Mr. Warren's in quite a while.
I think it would.
We are pretty much in line with the rest of the towns locally.
Okay.
We did check into that. The thing we are gonna look at doing is increasing the dock fees.
Okay.
They haven't been done in quite a while.
Even just a modest, I mean, I know it's like what, 105, 100 and something, even like bumping up to 110 might give us some extra revenue.
Well, we'd have to do that by ordinance.
Right.
Oh, we have to do that by.
Yeah,
ordinance?
those fees are set by regular ordinance.
Oh, I apologize. I thought we could do that tonight.
Thank you.
But we'll look into the dock fees.
Next, we have, the harbor dockage and slip revenue from 59 to 50,900 to 47. Harbor kayak and dinghy rentals from 3,000 to 4,000. So we're gonna have the additional, racks. That was, that shows us, no? How do we get $1,000? So all right, so you're anticipating $1,000 more. Good. I wasn't sure if, where it was coming from.
Add some?
I don't think it ever oh, that's, I don't think that happened yet. I think there was a big objection. I have to get an update. Photocopies, 2,400, and there's nothing on the next line.
Mr. President, could you
Yes.
put 500, it's estimated 500 on there?
Will do.
Make a motion to add $500 to the photocopy line.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
So Mary V. Quirk Head Start, 23,746 and 24,340.
Contractual increase.
Thank you. Revenue, multiple lien certificates, 10,000 and then down to 5,900. What's that about? Less liens?
That's when the bank verifies taxes.
Those are yours.
MLCs. Oh, yeah,
Are they down?
yes.
Why?
People aren't buying houses. They're not checking.
All right.
Not? Things are selling like hotcakes around here.
A lot, anytime it's a cash deal and you don't involve a bank, you don't like them. Most of the time when it's a cash deal, they don't run those.
So many,
And they get bit in the butt quite a bit, because then they gotta come see me, because they got violations on the property, and said, I didn't know about it. And I said, "Should have done a title search."
so municipal lien certificates to verify that the taxes have been paid to date. That's what it is. So when you get a $3 million sale, you still get the 30 or 40 bucks. So it doesn't really have effect.
Third-party billing, 700,000. Meals tax.
Oh, wait a minute.
Chief wanted to speak on that.
Chief,
Probably gonna exceed that.
See, for some reason, I think we're gonna be under, so. I was gonna question that one.
And the report I gave earlier, we're at 493,567 through February. And today's, that February report says our average monthly income is 63,000. So we're on pace to meet last year's of 745. So it's the council's pleasure if they want to stay at the 700 or add a little bit.
Yeah, that's
to that
a
line.
little one. I can go up and down quite a bit depending on the calls. That would be one
At
I'd
20?
be a little concerned adding to that.
all right.
I'm good with the 7, but when I did the math before, I only had it up to February. So you just collected March? Okay, good.
Leave
What
it
a
at
difference a
7.
month makes, I'll tell you.
Okay, just
Thank
throwing
you.
it out there.
Thanks, chief.
Meals tax, 540, we're projected at 553, 519. Mr. Rego, this is what you were discussing.
Yeah, so I would be comfortable if we need to. If we don't have to, we shouldn't, but I would be comfortable with going up another $30,000 to 570. Right now, we've raised 401,000 so far year to date, and we still have March, April, May, and June, and I think those are probably the busiest months.
Yeah, the math on your projection came out to, it should come in at 613 this year.
Right, and that's the number 613,
It's
356.
60,000 more.
So I think even if we plug, another 30, you know what? People eat out all the time. It's not gonna change, so I would be good with the
Go to 83, 583. Adding 30 to the projection.
so. Yes,
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
So 583, 519.
Next, we have other sources, Social Services Senior Center, 83,862. And that's the same. Police reports. Go ahead,
We
Ms.
had discussion today about that, about this, this is that Fidelity account that we take money out of every year.
Oh, that's what this is?
Yeah, we kind of think that we might be taking too much, to be honest. If the goal is to support, the senior center
Director's salary, yeah.
and the
Social service.
then we're taking too much. And if we take less, we can spread it out couple more years.
I mean,
Tell me
that's
why-
what we discussed last
Excuse me,
year.
Tell me why we're taking up too much. When you're looking at,
Because
go ahead.
the agreement was 18,000 for the senior center and 17,000 and change, I think, for the other.
Hmm. Senior center director gets 60,000.
Right, but some of it was coming out here.
Right, no, all of it at one point was coming
I
out.
don't remember that, I don't think it all came out of there once.
No.
If it all came out, it would have been gone.
It might have been years ago and they changed it. Maybe that's what they did.
The town was paying like $43,000 or something like that to the previous senior center director.
Right.
Okay, we assume that that would remain stable, and we pay for the balance.
Part of that account,
Out of the
I
other
remember
thing.
that, I remember that, yeah.
So
So what's what should the adjustment be?
I would,
So all we have left is the 83,000 in that account.
no, get 130.
Oh, we have 130.
The 139, Dave?
$35,000,
Is what you think we should take out of that?
yeah.
So 35
That's gonna add,
minus reduction. What's the math?
it's gonna add $29,000 to the. It's gonna decrease the revenues by $29,000 roughly.
Right. But if it's more realistic,
Well, it's gonna last a little bit longer. I mean, eventually it's gonna run out anyway. I don't know.
I think we should conservatively, we
Yeah,
should reduce
but,
it to spread it.
Yeah, and I think we really should be buckling down on having the senior director look for those outside funding sources. If there are other communities that do it, there's gotta be a way they do it. And that way there we.
Sure,
wouldn't-
she's trying.
Yep, no, I know she is. I'm just saying, the other communities do it, so there's gotta be some way to do it.
So is there a mathematical answer to this reduction? What's the number? Mr. Sullivan?
Okay.
Where we're gonna reduce the 83,862 to.
Well,
what?
I'm asking what the number would be. I don't have a calculator.
Why wouldn't you just reduce it in half instead of?
Finance director have a number?
If we would take it,
Reduce it 48,862.
To 48,862.
That's the,
Or by.
that's the
48.
reduction.
That's the reduction.
So 83,
So you'd end up with 35,000.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that, but you guys can vote.
so the motion would be to,
reduce that line item to 35,000.
Well,
or make it 35,000, because, so
Right.
reduce it by $48,862 to be a $35,000 revenue instead.
but how does this reduction here offset what we're contributing towards that? So if we reduce the amount here,
We have to.
we have
pay
to
it up
increase the
on
amount
the other
on
side.
the other end.
No, it's already increased.
No, it's
It's
not.
baked in already.
Yeah, it is. It's baked into her salary. It's just we're using this to offset it. They're not directly linked.
All right.
Okay.
It's just we're taking it on the operating side, but this is the revenue side.
This is gonna reflect
It's,
the
it's gonna,
reduction.
it's gonna show up in the budget, but it's not gonna affect the previous decisions we made. It's just where we're getting the money to do it.
Got it.
Mr. President, I apologize if I missed it, but for the finance director, how long would this prolong the life of this fund?
They calculate, if we do this, we'll have about 3.7 more years, maybe a little bit more with interest.
Okay,
So maybe 3.8 more years.
which
We
will,
don't do it,
it'll be depleted in a year, I think you said.
it'll be almost gone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, obviously, that's a big cut to that revenue item, but I mean, it's fiscally responsible. It will
More
save us money in
realistic.
the long run, so I'm in favor of this.
Okay, so the
So-
motion was to reduce the 83,862 by 48,862 to 35.
And I'll second if there wasn't already a second.
I believe you're the second. So
35,000 even for that line.
35
item.
even. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm gonna vote nay.
Police reports, 3,500 to 2,080. Automated fingerprinting ID system, 1,000 to 1,200 increase. Why do we think there's gonna be? Excuse me, let's go back to the police reports. 1,500 reduction in police reports?
He charged 50 cents a day, which is the law, so we can't.
So last year, we predicted 3,500. This year, we're only thinking of 2,000.
What was, may I ask, what was the actual this year? On that.
Police
Or
report.
where are we at now?
Yeah, where are we
Yeah,
at?
sorry.
Do you have that, Sandy, or is that?
I have it. Just
You have
gotta
it?
find it. It's so small. We all have it. We all have it in the budget. You just gotta look for it.
I know, it's in this, I try to keep on this one page, so I keep track of where I'm at.
Me too.
Police reports, we budgeted 35, we're at 1230 right now.
We're not gonna get there.
Yeah, we're not gonna get there.
All right, so the 2,000 seems to be a proper reflection.
Okay.
That's all right, we got it,
We
Mr.
got it.
Burlingame.
And the VIN checks, why is that going down so much?
Which,
The VIN inspections.
People aren't buying cars out of state.
From 8,000 to 27,500.
Oh, let me see the VIN. What do we have here?
we've only done $2,010 through yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that for the police reports?
No, that was the
That was
the
for
VIN
VIN
check.
checks.
VIN
Okay,
checks.
thanks. Okay.
So I guess,
That number's reasonable.
did we adjust, I don't even remember, did we adjust these revenue hopes last year?
Did, Joe.
We probably did, right? We were doing everything we could. So the 27,500 is more realistic. So that's where some of these numbers, I'm trying to remember. Fines and penalties, 54,000 down to 40. Building fines from 7,500 to 900, and that's a closer reflection.
Yeah, so this is kind of like, it's like, it's very tough to just, to predict what we'd get on this, because we just had a house that was sold through receivership that had a lot of fines on it. A lot of our receivership houses right now, we have one right now in receivership. They've all been sold. That's where the fines come in. So the hefty fine of $7,500 and our fines are high. It's when you have those blighted properties that are over a lengthy period of time. We don't really have that right now. So it could change, but right now I don't think we'd have.
This 900 is more realistic.
Yes.
Mr. President. if we could-
Yes, please.
Just for the town manager, I think at an earlier council meeting, I had asked the town manager to review the fines and penalties that we're charging. Were there any fines or penalties that that you determined should be changed this upcoming year in terms of, I don't even know.
I'm still gathering that information. I did put that on hold to do the budget process, so.
Understood. But would that number, would that change affect potentially this number in the budget? Or are you confident that 40,000 is what we're looking at, even with the changes? Potentially.
I think you would have to increase the penalties and fines dramatically to
see it
see
marked
a
difference.
a
Okay.
big increase, but that's only preliminary.
No, just wanted to do my due diligence. Thank you, Mr. President.
No problem. Thank you for the inquiry. Next, we have the telephone tax, what's that? Transfer or tariff?
That is from the governor's budget as well, proposed
So that-
budget, yes.
So I had looked into that and I did a year to date, but we only get paid once
July.
in July, and that's the 150. So I was hoping we could get more out of that, but
General fund investment earnings, 25,000. We're looking at a potential increase.
It's going up, because we got the $3 million.
Oh, yeah. The what in the CD?
So with that
Okay.
3 million, is that all we're gonna get, 82,000? That seems awfully low.
Well, we invested 1 million, 2 million in what
Yeah, we don't- we
CDs?
still- Yeah.
And one CD is leaving in July. So it was 4%, I think, our interest.
Right at that, 4.13.
So there it is. Miscellaneous revenue, we're looking at a $26,000 increase. So there you go, anything on the miscellaneous revenue?
I got so many papers here. Hold on a second. Miscellaneous.
It's a $26,000 increase.
Well, you know, it's funny because year to date, we're at 19,268, so. But I don't know how we get to 19,268. I don't see enough in there to make it 19,268.
What is that? What is that?
Everything other than what has a title.
Oh, you mean miscellaneous stuff?
Seems like a catch-all, yeah.
Yeah, it says it's up 482%.
I don't know. I think I'd be more comfortable setting it at a lower figure. Just,
And knowing what it is.
yeah, just because it's so unpredictable.
Dave, what do you have year to date?
Booming.
We're at 21,000.
Yeah, so,
All right.
but tell me, do you have like month to month? No, you don't have those numbers. You just have year to date. Yeah, because I see July 1,500, and then 1,500, then 17, and 15, and.
I mean, if we are at.
November, you brought in $88,000. You know?
I mean, if we are there, let's just keep it and move on. It's close
Okay,
enough.
Yep.
Road duty revenue, $10,000 increase. Road duty administration revenue, $10,000 decrease.
So do we anticipate, because there's gonna be a lot of work done, next year by the state, do we anticipate that number is gonna be increased?
Yes, year to date, do hire police officers and rent cruises, so that would reflect that. Depends how many, often.
But it's not worth changing, it's not gonna be that much more.
Well,
I mean,
they've been telling us for years they're gonna do that work.
That's a good
I'm
point.
believing they're gonna do it this year.
I'm good with keeping.
Let's
I don't
not
think it's
base our
gonna make that
revenue.
much of a difference.
And the judgment
The
bond.
payment, yeah. And I have a
So-
question, which I didn't see in here. Maybe I'm in the wrong
Yeah.
category.
Want it before we do the math? or-
Yeah, don't we get, when they took away the car tax, where's that money?
It's
that they give us?
excise, it's over here.
Oh, that falls under excise.
That's the
Okay,
excise tax.
You missed $2 million, come on.
Mr. Core and Miss Reposa, Sheila, sorry, first name at least. Please enlighten us.
Can you talk about the $1 million from the judgment bond that you're including in non-tax revenue?
Well, we put the $1 million settlement in the expense side, so we need something to offset that. And that's the money that we're taking out of the CD to pay them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same question, but it makes sense.
I mean, that's what we
The other
do.
thing we could let the hope out. And
Got
we
it.
had no effect on-
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, has anyone done the math?
I make a motion, we approve total non-tax revenue in the amount of $6,445,200, or is that a three?
277.
277.
$277.
Is there a second?
I'm,
I'm just taking a moment to do my math on this.
so with all of that sorry. All that we added, but then there were decreases. I feel like this should be more.
No.
I got to be added 91,287.
We started with, we added 1325 the first one.
Yeah,
We added 600 was the second one.
Yep.
Road permits.
We added 10,000.
We added 77, the 10,000 to the municipal court, that was 77,000.
yeah.
Then we added 500 to photocopies. And we increased the meals tax
By 30.
30 to 583, 519.
We
Then we
reduced.
reduced by, I don't know the math, it came out to 35,000.
48,862.
We reduced 48. And everything else stayed.
So we reduced our total income.
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought we increased.
Yeah.
Well, we increased, but the reduction, I think, on
The
the.
35,000.
On the, yeah, the 40, because that number came to 35.
It's $6,000.
Yeah, that's a $50,000 reduction, yeah.
I'll second the motion that Mr. Hanley made. I think the math checks out.
Yeah, this could, this could get us into trouble on that front page. But we'll see when we get there. Okay.
Gonna show us where we're at. All adds up. All in favor?
Aye.
I mean, the benefit is having it padded isn't proper either, so.
Oh, it's not padded.
I mean, if we had the increases, I
Yeah.
think we brought them closer to a reflection of where we're at. All right, so now we're gonna go to capital.
Yeah,
Is that
this,
where we're at?
I don't think this will affect the front page. Brian, can you zoom to the front and tell us where we're at with the,
3.6.
3.67? Okay, all right.
Doing well.
Is there anything in capital improvement? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, there is. You get the rescue and then we have a police car. We need
Town
the,
manager, didn't put any of them for.
we need the chiefs.
17.
Did he? Oh, yeah, he did.
I'm getting a glass of water. So we have department requests on the page 17, road paving, 200,000, curbing and sidewalks, 100,000, total transportation infrastructure, we 300,000, council manager and council, we have 0. The harbor and waterfront infrastructure, we have $100,000 for the Twisted Point road ramp and the dock, it'd be about $100,000. Phase 2 of the town wall bulkhead is 88,500,000. So we have a total harbor and waterfront infrastructure of 8,600,000, council and manager 0. Stormwater drainage, all of that is 0. Town buildings, government center repairs and renovations at 25,000. And the council and manager 0.
Now,
Why-
council 10?
Well, I was gonna ask, why at the bottom do we have total town buildings 25,000 and then it says 10,000 in the right column?
You know what?
I mean, is it just a typo on this, on the printout?
Could be, it might have been a note that I was making myself.
Cause it's in a column that's the council, so we're not giving 10,000 to anything
Then there's,
on that list.
well,
Then.
there's that 10,000 again on the
Yeah,
next
so it's
page.
carrying over. So then we have the next page, we're at 19, Parks and Recreation. Veterans Fields Lights, the request was 80,000. And that was everything out of there, Parks and Recreation, and that didn't get carried over. So the total capital improvement request would have been $9,005,000. And we've done nothing. Next, we have equipment replacement, DPW. They're looking for a truck replacement or lease to own for 100,000. Bucket truck replacement, 150,000, road paving, 200,000, facility upgrades, 300,000, and a mini excavator at 90,000. Total public works would be 840,000. Manager and the council are requesting 0. Public safety, police vehicles, sedan, SUV, 115,000. The manager put in 50,000. Any discussion?
Mr. President, this money would be used to supplement insurance money that we received from a vehicle that was involved in a crash that we received about $23,000 for. So this would allow us to replace that vehicle.
So, do we need a
Mr. Rigo.
motion? Do we need a motion for each one or? I'll make a motion to approve the 50,000 subject to it being a hybrid. And I've had this discussion with the chief and
But-
he's all for it.
So my question is, where are we gonna get the capital funds from
It would have to come from reserve. Mr.
Reserve.
President.
for the general fund?
Yes.
No, I sat down with the chief and.
I was gonna ask the chief
Yeah,
if he had.
because I'm very conservative, but he made a good argument. We have some vehicles that are low miles, but we got some that are high. And I learned a lot about the police department. What they do is rotate them so they don't have 24 hours. So I was good with his argument. And he's good with the hybrid. Wonderful.
I did check the hybrid. It's actually more expensive. It would cost about 78.
All right, and then how much you have? 23?
I'm actually looking for two vehicles. I know the manager's position on this. So if you look at my report that I put in the budget, I have three cruises, 79, 74, and 102 mileage. Anything over 60 is no longer guaranteed. So they're off the warranty of the cruisers. So by the end of next year, those cruisers are going to be 90,000 miles, 100,000 miles, and cost money to fix them.
What's
And-
the, oh, sorry. Go on.
But the cruise, they're not making cruises like they used to in the old days. They're not heavy duty where they sustain longer periods of time. In the old days, you could have a cruiser with 100,000 miles and run fine. Now it's not. So my plan is if we can get two cruisers with the money that we have from the vehicle that was damaged for 115, I could get two cruisers.
Do you have a
Replace-
question, Mr. Cronin?
Yeah, regarding the hybrid, what's the offset in fuel costs saved and are there any programs or grants available to?
I didn't check on the grants, but I did, it's $48,000 for the hybrid, and you need another 30 to for the computers, the graphics, the lights.
Any car, you're gonna need another 30, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
so I don't know if the mechanics of at the highway department are certified to fix the hybrids.
So
So
I spoke to the manager of Steve Contenti at the convention we went. And he had no problems with it and they have saved some gas. And then I was gonna go to see the police chief in Barrington, but I stopped at that place on Market Street where they redo them. And I spoke to a gentleman there and he says he's starting to see a lot more of them.
Right.
His father is actually,
that's the quote where I got the quote from.
yeah, he's actually lieutenant in Barrington and they like him. So that's where I'm coming from. And I'm looking at it as, even though it's a little bit more, it's an investment for us to save on fuel. That's the way I'm looking at it,
Mr. Rio, can you look at the that special revenue sheet?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if there's anything
Well,
in there we can
we-
use for
I-
that.
Yeah,
Why can't we use the drug money?
Oh,
So
right.
100
It's,
and-
it's not for that. There's a statute where the money is used for.
so I also, when I was talking.
Isn't it like $119,000 in that
No.
account?
So
No?
Mr. Contenti was interesting. We were talking to police cars and he says, he gets all his money from the detail. From his detail work.
I'm in favor of that. Give me my money from the detail and I can get all the cruisers you need.
Right, we just
put
put
it
that
into the
in.
general fund.
So
Yeah.
what's the number on that? Although, why can't, so what's the restriction on that?
We would have to change the ordinance because I believe it's in the charter. But that's something that we actually spoke about it. Because we do very well with the detail money and the rental of the cruisers.
No,
and the-
No,
Not
we're
the
talking
detail
about
money,
this,
like-
we're talking the
fund.
special revenue funds.
Yeah,
Why
can't-
aren't we able to
I
use
believe
these?
there's federal guidelines, right?
So that asset forfeiture money, it cannot be used to supplant your budget. So if there wasn't anything budgeted,
But
then you
that's
could
not,
use it.
this is not
No,
operational, this is capital. Anything else you buy is gonna be capital, it's not operational, so where's that?
It's not our, it's,
Well, right now, we've budgeted it, so you can't supplant your budget. If you rejected it, then you could use that money because it's not in your budget.
So why wouldn't we reject it and use the money?
right, and
Well,
how
well-
much is it?
I don't think he can do it like that.
Why not?
I think we would have had not have
Warren Police
proposed it.
Department, which one is it?
I think-
Narcotics, we got $60,000.
Yeah, so why isn't, I'm just curious, why Don't we use police vehicles in narcotics?
From what I was told, and I believe there's a statute that dictates what it's supposed to be used for. It's usually narcotics or for detectives.
Is that a federal statute, state, or what?
I think it's a state statute.
It's state asset forfeiture money, yes.
I don't suppose we could, oh, sorry.
No, go right ahead.
I don't suppose it would be worth it for the council at the next regular meeting to perhaps ask our legislative delegation to introduce legislation that would allow us to use this money like this. I know it might not affect it this year for the budget, but for future budgets, it might be an ability to spend the money where it's needed.
I mean, detectives drive these cars.
So
Maybe we can just buy an administrative vehicle and not a patrol car.
I feel like we should use that money and ask Mr. DeSisto to get a better legal answer, because if we buy a new cruiser, the police use it.
Joe, I think the reason why the statutes are set up that way is because they don't want the police to use that as a income generator. In other words, if they let them spend it on everything, they'd be seizing everything.
But
Not you, chief.
But they drive vehicles. I'm not trying to be funny. It just seems like we have.
No, I
money
know
in
that,
an
but I think
account.
the intent why they limit it, what it can be used on is to prevent that from happening.
All right, so let me ask this question. What can we use that money on? So let's reduce that, whatever we're spending money on in that area, and put that money into this.
So you could use, say we budgeted for one vehicle this year. You could use that money to buy two vehicles because you only budgeted for one.
Okay,
Okay,
that's good with me.
I mean,
So
I want to spend the money that's in an
If
account.
we
that just sits
approve
there.
the $50,000, we can use that money to get the second car that he was looking for.
So I guess maybe I'm not explaining it right. So if you reject this, if you say we're not going to fund this vehicle this year, you would be able to use that money to buy the vehicle. If you funded this vehicle and then you said, I want to take that money from the asset forfeiture and not buy the vehicle that was budgeted so that I have an extra 50,000 in my budget, that would not be allowed.
All right, I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I
I think
feel
it's, I think if I may, Mr. President.
I need to take I need to go to the bathroom. I need a
Okay.
5-minute break.
Motion for recess?
Yes,
Second.
please. All in favor? We're gonna come back. We have a motion to come back.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're back. Any enlightenment on the use of that fund? Anybody have an answer where we left off? I mean, additional answer, we left off that we couldn't, if it wasn't budgeted, all of those things. I even heard we could buy a drone,
Yes.
but where are we officially? Can we use that money?
I believe that if you did not fund this through the budget, that we could be able to use that money if there is enough money there for a police cruiser.
And I don't think that whatever is stated in that account right now is in there. I don't believe it's less. Some of that money has not been going through the court system, it's still in the process of going through the system.
So I have a question.
Please.
So in this narcotics fund, there's 60,587. You're saying there's not 60,587.
Well, I'm not saying it is in there, but some of that money needs to go to the state when they get 25 or 30% of the,
Right.
whatever the case
So
is.
you get the money before you give it to the state?
We do. We
That's interesting.
we confiscate it and then we give it to the state and then we submit a package. Then we requested forfeiture money, forfeiture packages, and then it goes through the process.
So if they get 25, you should at least get 45,000. But it's on hold and it's all.
They don't know when they're gonna get it.
Right, right. I
Correct.
understand
And
that
also,
part.
Mr. Rego, if you remember, the budgeting problem that's been brought to light is that without us knowing the actuals in those accounts, like Ms. Baroni made the example of the deed, something, $1 comes in and $3, and when it's there and when it's not there and when it's dispersed. So those are, unless we know the actuals, that's a snapshot, but to know what's actually in there, what's needed, that's what it was, what's needed. She needs to put $1 from her, can you give that example again?
And that's not everything, that's like the certificates, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage, all of that. Plus the recording, the recordings also, every recording that comes in. State gets a portion, we get.
So that money that comes in goes into this big
Yes.
special revenue fund?
The 1%.
Yes,
And
it
then-
comes in and then goes out. So if we don't have tight accounting on where those ledgers are, we really don't know how much is going out and how much is coming in.
That, all the recordings that.
So
Anything to do with prejudice.
so when we were in stronger financial positions where we weren't trying to figure out how many pennies we had in there, it really didn't impact us. And if we used it, and we weren't relying on it. Now that we're trying to rely on it, we need to know.
Also, we have the Rhode Island DOT highway safety, 57,000.
We already used that
That's
for the overtime money.
Yeah, that's what we discussed
We just took
earlier.
the 21,000 out of there.
So, do you think we could take, you know,
Well, I'm looking at this. We're looking at-
25,000?
Well, I'm thinking one car for 50,000. Well, actually, because we got the 23 from the other one. All right, I was gonna say, why is two more than double? But because we got the 23,000 from the
Accident,
insurance.
yeah. I don't know. Is it too risky to do now? And
So we have a 23, you were asking for 50, and the hybrid is how much?
78.
78? That's how much we have. We have 73, right? So far, you wanted 78 for the hybrid.
Yes.
So that would be an additional, it'd be another 5,000. So I'm gonna make a motion for $55,000 for capital towards a police car that is a hybrid.
I'll second that. I think that it'll potentially save in the long term on gas, which is a real big expense for us and unpredictable.
I'm looking at it as an investment.
so there's a second discussion. Chief, don't we take the cage and the electronics and all of that out of the Fords because they plug into the next car?
Some of them, depending how old the vehicle is, we don't take it out, but some of them do. The one that was damaged, we took it out. That's why with 38,000, I'll be able to get a new cruiser because I have the computer system, the rack for the mobile, shotgun, security, all that stuff. Yeah.
So, one of my concerns is like remember when we bought the Dodge? We had that Dodge car, the Dodge police car, that was one car. Nothing plugged into it. So then I think the chief took that over. Then I think we had another car that we tried. Nothing else swapped. So when we went to the Fords, we were able to keep those interceptor packages as they moved on.
So typically they're 4 to 4, and the only difference is they have the hybrid. That's the only difference. So I don't see why anything else would be different.
Some of them may not
It's just a
fit.
question in regards to, it could be, this, down the road, we may end up having just this one car. All right,
I don't like the stipulation that it has to be a hybrid.
Well,
I'll make an amendment.
Hold on.
Because of a couple of
Please.
things. Number one, the long-term cost of that car. When that car starts to get in near the 100,000 mile range, you have a problem with the battery. That's
Typically, they go 100,000 with the battery. That's what
not in
the,
police cars.
Okay,
Typically-
discussion on the issue,
Yeah,
not back and
but
forth.
Yeah, so I don't think, I don't think we should limit it to a hybrid. I think we should get the best bang for our buck. And the amount of money you're gonna save over the life of the car, maybe $500 in gas, because it still burns gas.
I would disagree, but I made a motion to go there. If you guys want
Okay,
to.
wait a second, wait, I want to control this discussion because Mr. Tromley has, and there's a motion and a second. This is discussion on the motion.
I'd like to propose an amendment, because I think the chief, being, of course, the chief of police, has the best experience. I think he should be the one to determine whether or not it's a hybrid or a regular, gas, and be able to spend up to 55. I don't want to tie his hands too much, and I only made the second on the assumption that it would be up to his determination. I don't know if the sponsor of the motion would be amiable to that amendment, but I'll offer that. Otherwise, I might withdraw my second. So just,
Mr. Rego, my concern is having this one vehicle that ends up in the long run costing us money because we don't decide to go with a fleet. And then these plug and play options we have, we're gonna be out on.
I made my motion. You guys can do whatever you want. Again, I think that, I've talked to the people in Bristol, I've talked to the Barrington, it seems like it's, the way they move it forward, and you're probably looking at saving half the cost on fuel because.
Get out of here. You're not gonna save that much on it.
Mr. Tromley, gentlemen, gentlemen, please.
Chief, if I may, I'm just curious, how do
Trombley
you
has the
feel about
floor.
the proposal? I know that we heard from Mr. Rigo that you were supportive. How do you feel about a hybrid vehicle?
I told Mr. Rigo before, I don't know enough of it to go one way or the other. I mean, we've spoken with Bristol. Yes, they seem to think it was a good fit for them, but I think they have more than one. Barrington has one, so can I have two? One of each? Well, again, I wonder if we can figure out what to do with that money. If we don't have an electric vehicle budgeted, it sounds like we could. I mean, it doesn't have to be, we could spend that money without it being in the budget.
I think I'll withdraw my second if I'm allowed to do that and just make a motion of my own for 50,000 at the line item that was requested by the town manager.
You can. So the motion's been withdrawn. I mean, the second's been withdrawn. Now we're at the 50,000 and we also have, the police gear, which is the replacement of the ballistic vest, the bulletproof vest, which has to happen because
Can we
that's
do that one
dated.
first?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we approve $14,000 for the replacement of the ballistic vest.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now, let's go back to the vehicle. If we can figure out what to do with that money, I believe the department, I might be wrong, but I believe the department could purchase something that's not budgeted because they have the cash. So why don't we look into that? It's not budgeted, which may start the process of allowing us to actually make the purchase. We have when we find out how much is in that account, we could,
All right, so, he took back the motion. Did we get a second on that motion?
Yes.
8,000?
He took it out. He withdrew his second.
he withdrew it. That gets rid of the motion.
I would be willing to meet him halfway and go with the 55,000 unless the chief uses this.
Well, it's not gonna pay the bill.
Well, 55 plus the 23, we're at 78. That's what he said it cost.
Yeah, that's 55.
Right, but he wants-
That 55 is gonna be coming directly out of the general fund.
The general fund,
I go like,
and he wants two vehicles.
Oh, yeah. I think we should keep it at the 50 and let the chief sort it out. That makes sense.
I think it does. It's what he requested, it's what the manager pushed forward.
I'll second Derek's motion for $50,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
But it still gives him the 73,000. I know, and I believe we can look into that. And you may get your electric vehicle.
I might also get a ticket, too.
There's not enough in there for that electric vehicle.
Okay, so we need a motion to support the 64,000.
Make a motion, we total police, capital in the amount of $64,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The total capital is, I'll make a motion, we.
Yeah, we have fire department.
Yeah, well,
What do you mean?
there's nothing put forward by the town.
Oh, well, they're coming from.
Uh,
Hello, gentlemen.
Mr. President, I did not propose a rescue vehicle. I did put it in the note that I sent to everyone that the fire chief had requested it. The only reason I did the police was because of the contract obligation and because of the accident. But the chief would like to
Would like to
address the
speak.
council.
Thank you. Chief?
Good evening again. So yes, we are also in need of a vehicle, again, back to EMS and the rescue. We, as I said earlier, we fully stocked 3 ambulances for the town. Yesterday, for example, all 3 were out twice for a total of 12 calls for the day. It was just one of those days. Our oldest truck is a 2017, has 150,000 miles. The next oldest is a 2020, has 115,000 miles. And the newest one is a 23 with 30,000 miles. We put around 50,000 miles a year between the EMS miles between the 3 trucks. Ordering a new truck is, I have 2 options, a new and a refurbish, and we'll get into that. Ordering a new truck is 28 to 32 months out. A refurbish is 210 days, but after they receive the cab and chassis, so that's kind of an unknown number. So we're at the mileage I just told you with a 2-year potential, 2-year greater delivery date. We're gonna be hurting on our ambulances and then be in a position that put us that we were many years ago, we needed 2 ambulances back-to-back years just because they were no longer runnable. So, speaking with town manager, finance director, trying to find ways to purchase this vehicle, either bond. We did get some prices on a lease payment, not a leased vehicle that we typically lease, but a lease payment option. And I'll go, the request for the new was 464,111, and a refurbish, as we still have the old truck out there, came in at 360,512. I was hoping that number was going to be less for the refurbish. So I'm up in the air on that. I'm not familiar with refurbishing. I have talked to other towns and they have had issues on a refurbish because you're taking something old, putting it on something new, trying to get the wires and everything that talks in between has had problems, but it is 100,000 cheaper. That is my request. As far as to pay for it, I think Dave made some phone calls and, Ryan spoke to a few individuals as well.
So we looked at a couple of options. One of the options obviously is to outright purchase a vehicle. The second option is lease to own.
Just let me say this, because this is very confusing. It's not a lease at all. It's just a loan. They just, for some reason, they say lease to own. A loan.
So it's what, financing, dealer
It's just finance, it's
financing?
Regular finance.
Yes.
And when I sat with the lady at the convention and she says, I don't know why they have it in there. That's confusing.
Thank you. Good.
So there are different terms, 3, 5, and 7 year, was it a 7 year?
3 and 5 years.
3 and 5 year,
It was 7
those
years.
payments would be spread out over those 3 years. The price that we have right now for a 3-year lease is right here.
For the
right?
new vehicle.
For the new vehicle would be 163, 190 per year. 5 years, that, I'm sorry,
3 years.
that was 3 years. 5 years would be 102,906. 5 years.
What's our oldest vehicle, chief?
2017.
So it just falls into the life expectancy.
It's at 150,000 miles currently. After 130 miles, they start costing a lot
But
more.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
think of the 5 years, so that brings us to
Correct. We get right
2030.
to the 9-year.
The oldest one is
would be there.
9-ish, so we may be able to own this outright if we do this for what, 4 years left, maybe?
With the 3-year financing, it comes out to 489, so we'd be paying $24,000 more by finance. The question I have is, if it's 28 to 32 months away, when would that payment start?
The finance, if you were to finance it through the lease company, the payment would start at the signing of the lease, the first year's payment.
But would that be delivery, or would we pay them before we even get it?
I assume the lease, that's a good question. I assume you have to sign it when you order it.
Yeah.
I did talk to the manufacturer today. If it's straight up payment, you don't have to pay for it till delivery, full amount, except he was not certain on the Ford part of it, the cabin chassis. He didn't know if he would need money up front for the cabin chassis, estimated around 100,000 for that part of it. But the rest of it would be due on delivery in 2 years.
Hasn't this guy done this before? Obviously, he would know this.
Times change, he doesn't know, he mentioned tariffs and he said things are changing, so he just,
Wait a
was
minute,
making me cautious that we may need.
You said the
money for
rest of it would be due in 2 years, so this
Correct.
isn't a yearly,
And that's why it's important to do it now, because in 2 years, the highest mileage one is gonna get a lot higher, so.
but I thought you said 3 or 5 years repayment.
Yeah.
I'm-
Yeah,
But he said the rest is due in 2 years.
that's when the truck will be done, Joe. It takes 2 years to build it.
Oh,
Yeah, we wouldn't get it.
Yeah, we-
But when I hear
So
the-
what's
when I
the
hear
math?
term
What do-
Lease, I think more operating. Yeah,
But it's owner financing, as Louis pointed out,
Yeah,
it's not,
well, it's basically bonding,
well,
just like if we went out for a bond.
the difference is there's no cost to this versus
Well,
to a bond.
the
And
other,
and
but
it-
John, good point, because my question was, we're not healthy financially enough to take a bond. So our credit with them, I mean, they're willing to do this with us?
Take payment at delivery?
No, in other
No,
words,
are they willing?
John's referring
do
to it
this
as a
with us.
bond. Is what you're saying vetted? In other words, if we put this money forward, obviously, if we don't spend it, we're not putting it forward. But are they secure in our position financially?
I sent them this is right through the dealer, this lease company, somebody the dealer works with. And they contacted me with the quotes from the dealer and they sent these estimates on leasing.
I guess it's all, that,
Yeah, no.
we'd have to
question.
look into this additional.
My
Those specific questions.
only question would be that if they wanted 100,000 up front, we may have to come up with it because we're not gonna take a loan today and we're not gonna need the rest of the funds for another 2 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we're not taking a loan. If this is owner financing, we're gonna have to budget the $100,000.
For this year, and then.
And then next year's budget's gonna have to do it, and then the following,
It's 163, we're gonna have to budget.
whatever. But I'm saying this isn't,
That's the new one, 160.
this isn't a, like you were saying, I don't know, maybe I misunderstood you, where you said we're gonna have to, like, in the future, we're gonna have to do this now out of the,
I got one more legal question.
well, Luke, I'm starting to get,
Because of the
Babble.
amount, does this have to be, do we have to go to a referendum?
no.
Not if,
Usually with a fire truck, we do.
I don't believe we're borrowing. That's why I'm asking
Okay.
if this is, it's so important. If we were having a bond, yes, we'd have to go to referendum. If this is owner financing where we're not borrowing the money, they're allowing us to purchase this vehicle on time through their finances.
I think you have a good point. I
A
thought it was
capital
after.
expenditure, the operating, I can see it, but as a capital expenditure over X number of
Yeah,
dollars.
is it 500,000?
I think it's 500.
It's 500.
Is it 500?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my question. because
Oh, yeah, I'm
we're-
sorry.
We're pretty damn close to
We're
that.
close to it, but we're not, and we're not borrowing if we're financing
Is it a total of 500?
through the dealership.
Is it a total of 500? Do you know?
I believe so. I mean, we have another, tonight's numbers can change. We have another meeting, even though it's not a budget meeting. We can have this legally looked at. I mean, we need to have this legally looked at.
We're gonna have one more.
We can
on
put the
April
number
12th.
in for a place setting,
We could- 14, April 14th.
April
we'd have to do
14th.
that one more.
So we can put this number in if you want for a place setting to see where we're at. And then obviously, before we do anything, we have to get the legal clearance. Because we don't have a solicitor here tonight.
Even if we put it in the capital, we don't have to decide how we're gonna be paying for it down the road unless we wanna put that payment in operation.
Well, that's what you said. Yeah, the future budgets, no, but tonight, if this is requiring the 160, like he said, the down payment, then yes. That's what you said that before, I couldn't remember where I was going. So yeah, in regards to the future payments, yeah, the other councils are gonna, one more shot's gonna be us. After that, it's gonna be up to how the council wants to deal with it. I probably feel like we're gonna try to be as frugal as we are and have the 160,000 to budget. That's why I'm trying to keep this as low as we can for an emergency. This may not be an emergency, but I consider health and safety.
In 3 years, it might be. an emergency,
Maybe.
28 to 32 months.
Yeah. So I think,
So what was the lowest figure again for the, and this would be an annual payment or an annual allocation?
It's 5 years.
so the 5-year payment would be a lower figure of 102,906 payment per year.
And we would have to allocate 102,906 tonight to kickstart, so to speak, and then we pay it over 5 years?
I'm not sure on that.
It'd be $59,000 less than the three. It's $59,000 less per year than the 3-year plan would be.
I'm a big proponent of 5 years, but just a quick question, I'm not to confuse anyone. But if we plug this in for capital tonight,
Mhm.
we can decide how we're gonna pay for it down the road, or we could decide down the road that we're not even gonna buy the truck.
Well, no, because if we
Well-
tell him we're buying the truck and he orders it.
He's
we
gonna
pay
call.
for
Yeah, I
the
gotta wait
truck.
till this budget's final.
Yeah, I would think that's what you'd wanna do.
well,
and
actually,
decide-
you have to wait until July 1st. He has to wait until July 1st. He can talk to the salespeople and all, but nothing leaves here until July 1st.
And so Dave, if we put it in as capital, how do we
Are these still
figure
the same
in, and we end up
No.
going with the
Yes.
5-year plan?
See, that's
let's
both for
say?
the new,
How do we
Okay.
figure it into the
Okay.
budget?
Every year.
and this is for the
Would it be a
refurbish.
capital or be?
Yeah.
3-year, 5-year, 3-year.
How come this,
Can this be
this payment is less?
operating?
Annual
Yes, for this one.
arrears.
Oh, this was a different size
Yeah.
truck, right?
No.
But if it is 5 years, it would be debt service.
Less in advance.
Again, though, Louis,
Yeah, I'm-
I believe, and I'm not an expert, the capital can be purchased without a bond. That's
No,
how
right.
we've always been
Right,
purchasing.
right, no, I know that.
Okay, so I don't believe it's gonna be debt service.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I talked to our Hilltop Securities
Mhm.
advisors. He said 400,000. Said you're not gonna find any investors that wanna.
Right.
Let us borrow 400,000.
Uh,
Right, so I believe our best bet is if we agree on buying this, is to buy it with this 5-year,
Correct, and every
Plan
year,
through
every
them.
year it'll come up in
As-
capital for 163, 190.
and that's it.
And I think that the interest rate on this one might be a little high. That was back in January.
He told me right around 4.25 or something like that. I thought it was ridiculously low. But
I think we should do as long out as they offer. The 5-year would be what, 102? Did somebody say?
102,906.
I just want to make you cautious of the 5-year. That's why I was leaning towards the 3-year, because if we get on a 3-year cycle of buying trucks, And for 2 years of that 5 year, you're gonna be paying for 2 trucks if we were able to stay on that same cycle. of Getting a truck.
Chief,
every
that's a
3 years.
financial situation down the road. I'm
Okay.
trying to
Just
keep you with a
making
fleet
you
that
aware.
runs when it comes in. And it doesn't mean that the next vehicle has to be purchased on a 5 year.
Okay.
If Lewis is taking this council in a better place down the road financially.
I'm
we'll-
trying,
we'll-
doing my best.
But that's a good
Wait for
point,
them.
because this one can be 5, next year, next vehicle can be 3.
So if.
That'll give us opportunity.
465 in capital. Is it something we can just discuss after?
We wouldn't be approving 465.
We're approving 102,000.
If we did the 5 year, it would be the 102.
102,000 is gonna be committed. It's not set in stone. We still have April 14th.
Yep.
After April 14th, it can be set in stone
Louis, remember what that lady said about
when,
you have to make.
that's what I said, set in stone, April 14th.
You sign a contract,
Yeah,
remember that?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, you sat right next to me.
Yeah.
all right, stop. We're talking across the room. I can't even follow what you guys are saying. So, we have a big discussion here, decision. I'm in favor of the 102,000.
I'd rather.
The 5-year
I'd rather
lease.
see it 3 years. I hate long-term finance.
So I'm gonna tell you my thoughts. and I
For the
know you're not gonna
refurbished.
like it.
Go ahead, tell me something I don't like.
You know, we borrowed that $1.3 million.
Mhm.
I just assume, reserve 465 out of that 1.3. So because we've already financed, we're paying financing on nothing right now, at least it would be going towards the truck. So if the first year they wanted $100,000, that means that we would take 100, we'd still have the money as reserve.
But once you lock in, that is a capital item for 465, we
Yeah.
can't touch it. But we wouldn't be able to use it on our fluctuation with cash flow problems. You just lock that money away.
Oh, yeah, I don't wanna commit
So
that
we
full
can't commit the whole
465.
465. I would kind of agree if we did the 102.
Hey, you guys, keep the discussion through here, so, because
You
this
know, I
is,
would
you're
be-
making good points.
I would be more in favor if we did.
Mr. Hanley,
If
go
we
ahead.
did the 102 or whatever and did it out of the,
General fund.
out of the general fund, instead of, in other words, using that to pay this rather than.
Yes,
you know.
so I believe I'm getting a consensus here. Whether we go 3 or 5, let's discuss that. It impacts the bottom line.
Yep.
I believe you're on the right road to a new truck, chief. Now, the 5-year, I think we should go with, because we're not fiscally strong, it's 102,000, it leaves us 60 grand if we need to spend someplace else in an emergency. I don't see any reason why paying this down faster, we're gonna own it for hopefully 9 years.
Yep.
So your concern about getting new vehicles and the timing of the payments, that
That's
depends
fine,
on
that's
how
fine.
fiscally we are down the
Sure.
road. So they could get another one with a 3-year, and it would offset with a higher payment, but a quicker ownership.
So-
Mr. Rego,
So let's say we go with this option and then we get together with the budget committee and we try to figure something else, then we could always change it.
April 14th.
Yeah.
Mr. Trombley.
So I just wanted, on the 3-year, what was the figure? 160 what?
No, that's the, 3 is the 160.
190.
163, 190 per
62.
year.
Yep.
And what I'm gonna say is, looking at the budget, if I've done my calculations correctly, we have about, either one, the 5-year or this 3-year would put us over the 4% cap.
No, well, if this is on the capital side, that won't change the percentage.
It won't?
No,
Capital side will not change the percentage on the tax rate.
Okay.
but it's real money that we're spending.
Correct.
I understand. I just wanted to point out for the council, if I've done my calculations right, and this may completely be moot, but even if we were to cut all of the grants and contributions aside from the library, we still wouldn't be able to do even the 5-year limit. So just something to keep in mind. So.
But they're two different.
Yes, I understand.
Does our
So,
budget committee have an opinion here as you're listening to this?
This is. Sheila, after you.
please come to the mic.
Thank you. Sheila and I were thinking about this. This is a new topic for us that we've not fully vetted or been read into. I would encourage the council, just from a purely advisory standpoint, we would encourage the council to take a look at this. Certainly, the need is well justified. The question is, okay, what term, right? As well as I will venture to say, we had a brief discussion about this in the back benches. I don't think we've fully assessed what it would involve, what are the pros and cons of going with a refurbished model, what that would mean, and what the financing would be. I would encourage members of the council to, as you well are aware, we still have some room to go towards those brighter days. And 60,000 can make a difference. 100,000 can make a difference. I'd encourage the chief and the town manager and the council to look at what that refurbished option would be, what the financing terms would be, and if we decide to go with new, what the 3 and 5. This proposal just isn't fully baked yet. I would not encourage the council to take action on it. Or take some action, maybe put a marker down, but
Right.
don't finalize anything
That's
until April
what- yeah,
14th.
so That's where, thank you, Mr. Core, because what I was saying earlier is having the placement here, knowing where our numbers are, we have 3 weeks or 2 weeks, whatever the calendar is, to figure out the best approach.
I just have one quick question.
Go right ahead.
Chief, do they refurbish, when they refurbish our trucks?
Well, that's what it would be. The truck that's sitting outside
Yeah.
would use the box, putting on a new cabin chassis. Put all new wiring in the box, new, refurbish. What they reuse, be 100,000 less.
What they can reuse, they reuse, and what they don't. So why don't you do your research on that? Why don't we plug in the $105,000?
Mr. President, I'll make a motion.
102, I just rounded it
Please,
up.
no, it's actually 102,906.96, so.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to pencil in at the 5-year term, 102,906.96.
These are old rates too.
I
as Dave
understand.
pointed
Yes,
out.
this is just penciling it in.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing, the 105.
Okay, 103.
Thank you.
103.
Thank you.
Well, I tried the 105. I was trying to get.
I amend my motion, 103,000.
There you go, 103,000.
That's a rescue truck.
Yes. There a second,
Second.
all in favor? All right. Now, Mr. Hanley,
I will make a motion to do the total equipment replacement. So I'm gonna add 64 to that. $167,000. Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
So, gentlemen, you realize your homework.
One more, Joe. I'll do the total capital expenditures in the amount of $167,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You realize your homework, right? We didn't miss anything?
Hey,
You have
we
the
have to,
14th to come back. Tell us what your recommendation is.
Sorry.
Mr. Silva stood up for no reason. Okay, just sciatica.
Mr. President, do we
Yes.
have to do the finance by reserves in the amount of 167?
Oh, yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Because we still have to pay that, yes.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Okay. Where are we now? John, John, refresh my memory. You did this sooner than me. Don't we have to do
We're gonna go back to the front page and then approve the tax rate, the tax levy, and all of those numbers.
all right. So let's go to the front page.
So we need a motion to, for the total, we're gonna come up with the total town budget, total amount. Which should be in the 27 range.
Man, it's right. Yeah, I think you scroll past it. Go, there you go, a little more. Right there.
Yeah, 28. So I'll make a motion, the total tax levy in the amount of $28,690,756.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then we need to go down to, I think we have to, no, now he's gonna get into the percentages of the increase or the total taxable.
We have to do the tax levy, I believe.
With the tax rate tangibles, oh, we have to set the tax rates.
Usually Mr. Leadham fills us in on this one.
Correct. So I will make a motion, we put the tax rate 25, 26, second from the right, in the total, the tax real estate rate will be $14.90 per thousand.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And now the question where I got is, did the tangibles go away last year, or are they possibly going away this year? That was part. Did the legislature pass that? Get rid of the tax, the tangibles?
think
I believe they did.
I believe that they reimburse us.
Okay, so, all right, so I'll make a motion that the the tax rate for tangibles be $18.01 per thousand.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And
Now we scroll down, please. Oh, that's it.
I think that's all we gotta do. There was one other thing, didn't we have to,
Total.
the tax levy?
Do we have to combine?
The percentage?
No, I don't think we have to, the percentage is the, I don't think we have to approve the percentage.
What do we have?
It's gonna go in all this.
3.97, is that what you have?
Yeah.
No,
well,
it's 3.67.
3.67. Just in case, I'll make a motion. We approve the tax increase in the amount of 3.67%.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And that, what, and I'll make a motion that we approve the total
Yeah, the-
ratable tax base at real estate, that's wrong.
No,
It's
it's,
not 1 million. It's, wait, we got more than 1 million in.
no, that's done. We're done. The tax rate
I think so.
tangibles, the tax levy,
Yep,
and that's it. And the total number.
I believe that's it. We can, Anthony, when you're watching these minutes, tell us if we gotta vote on anything else in a couple weeks.
All right, I believe we did it.
I'd just like to make a personal statement.
Please, Mr. Charlie has the floor.
I just wanted to say this is my first budget meeting as a member of the town council, and it's definitely taught me a lot. It's been a lot of reading and research to try to make sure that we do things right. I think this is a good budget. You know, it obviously raises taxes far more than I would certainly like. I think we all want it to be lower if possible. But based on our financial position these last couple of years, this helps to make sure that our departments are funded appropriately as much as they can be so that we can continue to provide great services to the community. It makes sure that we're making smart investments in our future and in the community. And I'm happy to say I'm very happy with how it's all come out, in spite of the numbers.
All right, thank you for that. And I just want to apologize if I offended anyone. Wasn't my intention, but I may have offended someone.
Just tonight?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Mr. President,
Sullivan,
I know you stated that the next meeting would be on the 14th. I'll be out of state on the 14th. Could it be on the 16th? Or
No.
does it have to be on the
Make
14th?
deadline.
no, it's
Okay.
it's a deadline.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think.
It's all right. We'll,
This is, just the questions about the leasing is the only thing we're gonna have, and if you have that answer.
And
provide it
we,
to the
we will
team
work on
today.
that, yes,
and if
yes.
you have anything for that, you can meet with Anthony and I, and we'll cover you on what you need to, what your position is. But no, we can't change the date. It's a deadline.
I apologize.
Motion to adjourn?
Second? I seconded it.
All in favor?
All right.